Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the final day of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final for the 2024-2025 season. We are live streaming all day from Family Golf Park in Vilamora. We'll have one round for everyone, all 42 competitors. After that, the top 16 will move forward to a head-to-head elimination round. In pairs, players will face off against each other over one round. The player with the lowest score will proceed to the next round. The player with the highest score will be knocked out of the competition. So plenty of action, plenty of drama today. For those watching on Facebook, after the fifth round, we're going to stop the stream and then we will restart it again for the head-to-head elimination. Reason for that is that Facebook has a time limit on the stream and we don't want it to cut out during the final round. So if you're watching on Facebook, the stream will stop after the fifth round, but then it will come back on for the head-to-head elimination. Those who are watching on YouTube, there'll be one continuous stream throughout the day. We are 2 minutes away from the first round of players. That will be Michael Turner-Williams from Germany, Tom Loftus from the United States, and Jacqueline Helm from Austria. And you'll see that action kicking off on the top left of your screen in lane one in a couple of minutes. So stick with us, join us all day. We're expecting a dramatic finish here to the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. that mine. As before, as yesterday, if you have any questions, comments, if you wish to cheer on any players, do put your comments on the live stream. You can do that on both Facebook and YouTube, and we will read the best ones out on air. So, any comment, do let us know. And we will read the best ones out on air. The next group we'll see on T1 in just a second will be Helmut Paseka from Austria, Christina Andresen from Finland, and Ruth Burke from Great Britain. Those are world ranked number 42, 83, and world ranked 100th. Ruth Burke is exactly world ranked 100th. Is Helmut Paseka now. And the players you can see on your screen are about 13 strokes away from the cut line. So some form of magic would be required for them in order to make the cut, but you never know. Acting here is Christina Andresen. So you can see the camera setup we have at the moment for round 5. Lane 1 in top left, lane 18 in top right, and lane 16, a new featured lane for today in the bottom left. However, once the groups go out that are close to the cut line, so that's Marco Nutio, Petra Riegler, Matthias Burle, and Christian Adler, Patrick Reiner, and Tom Olberg, we will be following those two groups around all 18 lanes as they compete to make the cut. And that will be starting in about 48 minutes. So we will be following around the two groups that are right above and below the cut on their mission. And we will follow them on their mission to make the cut today. Right now, it's Helmut Paseka starting off his 5th, most likely final round here of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. Nicely missed the bunker. Just a little bit too narrow there on the rebound. Christina Andresen also close with her first stroke. And then finally, Ruth Burke, world ranked 100th from Great Britain. A bit soft. Yep. Good line. Just a little bit soft there for Ruth Burke. And the next group we will see in about 4 minutes in T1. We've Vlastimir Klardek, ranked number 57th from the Czech Republic. Matt Dodd, world ranked number 77 from Great Britain. And Dave Vida, ranked 19th from the United States. Now, this group that we will be seeing next, just 5 strokes away from that all-important cut line. So certainly now approaching the realms of possibility for this group to make the cut. One fantastic round will be required from each of them, but certainly possible for this next group to make the cut. And that is some indication of how close the scores are here. You'd expect nothing less, considering this is a champion of champions event. See, the cut line is currently at 153. Dave Vida is on 158. They're 5 strokes away from the cut line. And in total, 17 players either on the cut line or between 1 and 5 strokes away. So it's extremely, extremely close for a lot of players today. Certainly 14, 17 players well within a chance of advancing up through to the cut. Okay, and now we see the group of Vlastimir Klardek on lane 1. followed by Matt Dodd from Great Britain, Dave Vida from USA, Vlastimil Hladek from the Czech Republic. Matt Dodd here. And then with his practice shot on round 5, Dave Vida. Remember, as I said, Dave Vida now just 5 strokes away from the cut line. So certainly within the realms of possibility, but one fantastic round will be required. So starting now their 5th round, the final round before the head-to-head elimination competition. Vlastimil Hladek, world ranked number 57 from the Czech Republic. I think we've seen him do that 3 times, maybe 4 times, an ace on the practice shot here on lane 1, but not making the ace on the real shot. Matt Dodd next from Great Britain, world ranked number 77. There's a good ace to start for Matt Dodd. And finally, then Dave Vida from the United States, world ranked number 19, 5 strokes away currently from the all-important cut line. Nicely past the bunker. If it's got enough pace, this could be good. No, it runs out of steam. So two to start his 5th round for Dave Vida. Next up on the first team tee will be Mark Nowicki from the United States, Steve Sturdy from Great Britain, and Michael Riegler from Austria. Mark Nowicki also 5 strokes away. Michael Riegler, Steve Sturdy, both currently just 4 strokes away from that cut line. And stepping up to the first tee now, we have Mark Nowicki, world ranked number 17 for United States. Steve Sturdy, world ranked 158 from Great Britain. And Michael Riegler, world ranked number 35 from Austria. The disc practice strokes for now. Mark Nowicki. Mark Nowicki himself, 5 strokes away from the cut line. Steve Sturdy and Michael Riegler, both 4 strokes away from that cut line. Things incredibly close here. Michael Riegler just stopping his ball going in there for an ace on his practice stroke. Okay, starting his 5th round proper now. Mark highlighter Nowicki, but today without the pink and yellow socks, from America, the champion of the Matterhorn International Pro-Am in 2024, world ranked 17, and just 5 strokes away currently from the cut line. Fails to find the ace. Tiny bit of a tester here for Mark Nowicki with his second putt. Lips out, Mark Nowicki starting off now 6 strokes away from the cut line. Bad start there for Mark Nowicki. Steve Sturdy next, 4 strokes away from the cut line from Great Britain, world ranked number 158. The lowest world ranking here, but he said to me on Friday during his interview, thing about the underdog is no one ever sees them sneaking up on them. Can the underdog sneak up now? It looks like maybe. Steve Sturdy moves to just 3 strokes away from the cut line after, say, a little bit of a lucky ace on lane number 1, but hey, they all count. Michael Riegler now from Austria, world ranked number 35, 4 strokes away from the cut line. Just short of the ace. Good line. And next up to the first tee, Balázs Tompa, world ranked number 69 from Hungary, 3 strokes away from the cut line. With Tobias Burley, world ranked number 40 from Germany, and Jens Bergstrom, world ranked number 14 from Sweden. All of these players, a few more actually, 3 strokes away from the cut line. Bolash Tomper here with second stroke on lane one. Next up, Tobias Berle from Germany, world ranked number 40, 3 strokes away from the cut line. Finds the bunker, not a good way to start. So, oh, looked like that was just a practice shot, excuse me. Jens Bergstrom here, so this will be a practice shot from him as well. Some players choose not to take their practice shot, that's why you never, never quite know whether the first stroke is a practice shot or not. But anyway, looks like practice shots are done with for now. So these group of players will be starting off their fifth round of proper, and it will be Balázs Tompa from Hungary, world ranked number 69, to start. 3 strokes away from the cut line. Firm putt, too firm. Spurler next, world ranked number 40 from Germany, also 3 strokes away currently from the cut line. Around a 33, which 3 other people have done before, he could quite well jump up to that cut line. If you're looking for an ace to start, it's Tobias Berle from Germany. Bit too soft, yep. In Jens Bergstrom now. Jens world ranked number 14 from Sweden, also 3 strokes away currently from the cut line. And Jens starts off with an ace, exactly what he needs to do. Jens will now be 2 strokes away from the cut line. The next group we'll see in a couple of minutes at T1 be Martin Greenhead from Great Britain, Chris Randall, world ranked number 16, champion of the Manchester Venture Golf Masters 2024, also from Great Britain, and Jan Patina, world ranked number 6, champion of the Polish Adventure Golf Masters 2025 from Slovakia. All three, well, Martin Greenhead 3 strokes away from the cut line, Chris Randall and Jan Patina just 2 strokes away from the cut line now. And it can be done. Chris Randall here from Great Britain, world rank number 16. A little bit of a tester. Misses. Bad start to his first round. And finally, then from this group, Jan Petina, world rank number 6 from Slovakia, recent champion of the Polish Adventure Golf Masters 2025. And he finds a hole. Jan Petina starts his 5th round off with an ace. And he will move now to just one stroke away from the cut line. Next up on the first tee, we will see Ladislav Shrihel, last year's champion of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour from the Czech Republic. He is world ranked number 24. Jiri Rantanen, world ranked number 52 from Finland. And Jeremy Inabinat, world ranked number 82 from the USA. Ladislav Shrihel currently 2 strokes away from the cut line. Jiri Rantanen, Jeremy Inabinat, both just 1 stroke away from the cut line. So good round from them, and they could certainly make it through to the head-to-head elimination competition. Ladislav Shrihel now on lane 1. I believe this will be a practice stroke unless he's chosen not to take one. Yep. And Jiri Rantanen now, world ranked number 52 from Finland. Should be a practice stroke also. And finally, Jeremy Inabinet from the United States, world ranked number 82 with his practice stroke. So let's Shrihel. Now, last year's champion starts off with an ace. I'll move Ladislav just one stroke away from the cut line. Jiri Rantanen now from Finland. Not able to find the ace. And finally, Jeremy Inabinet, currently 2 strokes away from the cut line. Jeremy Inabinet here. Line looks good. Just quite didn't have enough. Elsewhere on the leaderboard, Jens Bergstrom has shot above the cut line with 3 aces out of the first 5 lanes. That is how you do it. Okay, in a second, we will be following the two groups closest to the cut line around the course for all 18 lanes. That's coming up pretty much right now. This is Marco Noitio, Petra Ruda, Matthias Burley, and we'll also be following Christian Adler, Patrick Arena, and Tom Olberg. I know we have John Ansley watching today. John is a very passionate fan of international venture golf. All of the team here would like to wish John Ansley a very happy birthday today and wish him all the success as he cheers on his son and fellow New Zealand player as well. So glad to have you with us, John, and happy birthday.
morning, everyone. All right, that's a little bit better. It looks like my audio is finally coming through. So let's try this again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pat Sheridan. I am the media manager of the World Mini Golf Sport Federation, and I'm here to help you go through this final round of stroke play of the World Adventure Golf Tour final as we move on towards the knockout rounds this morning. My co host from yesterday, Andrew Edmonds, is out in the course bringing all of the video quality to you. So I'll be doing my best to provide some overlay commentary as we watch the competitors go around the course. And if anybody who has listened to me on the podcast, which is my and Tom Loftus podcast that follows mini golf of all forms, shapes, and sizes throughout the world, you'll know I am terrible at names. So I apologize in advance to any of the competitors whose names I butcher as we go through the broadcast here. So just in a minute, I will kind of get us all up to speed on where we stand, but the competitors are out on the course for round five. We're seeing some scores start to come in as the back half of the group finished up, and we have all of those players who are at the cut line have already gotten off on the tee box, and we've got about three groups left to tee off to start off this round five this morning. Okay, so to set some context for this morning on our cameras right now, we've got a couple roaming cameras in the top left and bottom right of your feed in the top left. I believe that looks like Vice President for Sport Pasiajo from WMF there. In the bottom right, following along with some folks. Top right, we've got a static feed of lane 18, and bottom left, oh, I've got to figure out that lane 16, I believe that's the one. I've got to double check my scores, though. This is part of the problem. I was hoping to be literally on site providing you some commentary, but the world works in mysterious ways. So here I'm remote from still early, although sun coming up in the east coast of the United States, about 5:07 a.m. here. Looks beautiful out in Portugal right now. And in the top left, you'll see one of our feature groups. Here we've got Christian Adler taking his shot on hole number 4. Interesting hole where you're trying to bank it off of that rock, maybe kiss the bricks a little bit and have it run right down to the cup. Not a very easily aceable hole, but a good hole to get a 2 on and keep moving. He is playing with fellow countryman Patrick Reiner and um, Tom Alberg from Finland. So that's the group that's currently playing hole 4 up on the left here. Good morning to a few folks, including Alan Cox on YouTube. I'm trying to catch up on some of the chat here. We've got a lot of people running around doing a lot of different things as we try to cover these final rounds for everybody It is quite the log jam around the cut line right now. It's looking right about 38 strokes, 37.9 has you just in. And my fellow countryman Jeremy and Abbott sitting a little bit over that. So we'll see as he moves through the last about 10 holes of the course today if he can sneak in there. But the group that we're following in the upper left with Christian, Patrick, and Tom, they are also kind of right around hovering that space. I will make sure that in YouTube we have the link to the scores, which should be, I will drop in the chat as well here. From Actually, I'll put it from my Putting Penguin account because I am following along there. Just in case folks don't have it, there is a link in the stroke play. If you go up to the top as well, we'll have the knockout uh, results as we move around. So the first of the groups of round 5 have finished up, and actually it's my fellow countryman, and as I mentioned, co-host Tom Loftus. We're going to walk by or sit by up on the upper left there. He's finished up his rounds for the day and taking in some of the action as we continue to get some putting here going across the day. We watch a pretty good shot in the bottom left here. That's really how you want to do it. Kind of miss that bunker of rocks, go for the double rebound, leave you with what is hopefully a fairly easy second shot. Really, the key to a lot of the holes here at the course in Villamura is placing yourself in a position for easy twos. There's a few holes on here that are a little bit more aceable. If you take a look at the lane stats throughout the tournament here, aces are not something that drop a whole lot once you get past hole 1, which has the lowest scoring average on the course right now of just over 1.7. But most of the other holes on the course are at above or right around the 2 mark for the average scoring. And this is some of the best putters that we're going to see on the Adventure Golf discipline, as they are all winners and top ranked folks throughout the tour this year. All right. And we got in the bottom left, we got Matt Dodd from the UK stepping up. My fellow countryman Dave Vedas in the pink there, waiting his turn to go on that hole. In the upper left, we've got Patrick Reiner taking his shot on, I believe, should be hole number 5. Looks like he makes it. Matt's got a bit of a challenging putt here, back from the sidewalk, a little bit of distance on it, but very makeable. as he demonstrates. We got Tom Alberg teeing off on hole 5 in the upper left here. We're going to see what my fellow countryman Dave Vida can do with this difficult and tricky shot here with very little room for error as you're trying to go for these rebound shots. He goes through the bunker. Oh, gets a little bit lucky in that it doesn't fall out of bounds, but you see he's got pretty much the same shot Matt just had a couple of seconds ago. So we'll see if Dave can clean this up in the same manner. Those of you who listen to a lot of the live coverage this year from the World Adventure Golf Tour will be familiar with Dave because he is normally the one with a much more pleasant radio voice describing some of the commentary here, sitting alongside Andrew. But as you can see, he's out there competing. He managed to get in based on some ranking points as he came in second, losing in a playoff on the first hole at the Matterhorn International Pro-Am. And it's Dave's second year in the final. He cleans up that too on hole 16. As a good putter that he is, I'm sure he would be a little bit happier with some different scores as he's sitting about, I think it's 5 over par here going into the final round, and not up to probably where he wanted to be at the end of the day today, but experience going out there with the team, having a good time. I know he will be enjoying all of it and be motivated to get back to the final this year, as we'll once again be hosting the Matterhorn International Pro-Am in September. And we watch Christian Adler clean up his shot on the lane above, which is the long and snaking lane 6 here. Very hard to get it down close to the cup. You're really just hoping to get by that first rock and kind of settle in somewhere near that second rock where you've got a good straight second shot. It's a little bit tricky. It's hard to see on the camera here. There is a bit of a dish around there, but this is the type of hole where you don't want to rely on the dish. You want a good firm putt to get in, and we'll see how Patrick Reiner shows us how to play this hole as we get the next group to play hole 16, which is going to include my often practice and playing partner, Mark the Highlighter Novicki, who's actually toned down his outfit a little bit today, although he's got the bright green shoes. You can always see Mark out on the course when we have live coverage or in static cameras, and I think that's the way he likes it. Also, someone who's had some up and down rounds. He's sitting at 5 over also for today's round, but demonstrates pretty good shot on this hole, getting that double rebound the way you'd like, settle up kind of at the 3 o'clock position to the cup if you're facing it from the tee, is where a lot of the competitors are taking their second shots from, and he cleans that up nicely for us. And up on the upper right, we got hole 18 in play. Helmut Passecker from Austria taking his shot. Hopefully clean up and finish up his round. Tom Alberg taking his shot on hole 6. And we've seen a lot of players so far, just from the time I've been on, kind of settle in that position. I think everybody would wish they were about a foot, 2 feet further down that hill there. It's not an easy putt from that rock, but the players are used to it. I'm surely have practiced it, given what I've seen. And Tom demonstrates how you just go for the cup, clean it up, and they're going to move on to the next hole. Meanwhile, we've got Steve Sturdy on hole 16. Again, one kind of that position to the right of the cup as you're facing it from the tee box. It's where players like to be, to clean up that too. Nice and easy. All right, we've got Christian Adler up on hole 7 in the upper left now. This is a shot where you're trying to bounce it off that first rock and kind of let it filter on its way towards the cup as it goes past the second rock. Again, a little bit hard in some of these live feeds to see all of the undulations and breaks and how these holes play, but you'll watch as the ball demonstrates a little bit of what we talk about as we go through. And unfortunately, I think we've got Ruth Burke up in the bunker on hole 18, so she'll take that back to the start. So if you're unfamiliar with the rules here, and I know for any of the Americans watching, this will be a little bit different from us. Those rock bunkers, once you go in them, you have two options here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Final. You can decide to re-tee, and a great shot by Ruth making that re-tee decision, sinking it for the quote unquote ace, which is really, of course, a 2, as that first stroke counted. But celebration either way. It's really nice when you get to have a do-over and you can sink it. But what it demonstrates a little bit of what I was saying here is that we have the two options. You can bring it back to the tee and reshoot, or you can actually play it from the rocks. And I think there's very little situations around this course where you would select that second option. I guess maybe depending on what your confidence is with the tee shots or where exactly it's sitting in the rocks. Maybe you got lucky and it's elevated up on some of the flat rocks. It might make sense, but for the most part, players are re-teeing. And we just had an ace from Patrick Reiner up on hole number 7 there. So that'll be good for him. He was sitting at par going into that hole. That should drop him to 1 under. We've got 4 cameras, a lot of action going on right now. It'll slow down a little bit as we get to the actual knockout matches in a little while. We watch Tom Alberg just skate his by. Vladismil up on hole 18 also went into the bunker, and we'll see if he can re-tee it and get that to the way Ruth did. Once again, always a nice feeling if you can get that and try to finish out your round with something positive. If Tom cleans up his deuce up in the upper left here. All right, so there was a question in the YouTube chat about, or there was, did it go away, around how ties were going to be decided for the top 16? And if anybody has that question as well, continuing, they'll be decided by a sudden death playoff. So if we get any ties for at that cut line, we'll see a little bit of playoff before we go into the knockout rounds. All right, and we've got Dave Vida stepping up on hole 18. It's in the upper right there. It's in my countryman and fellow practice partner. We played all winter. He's from Connecticut here, and he skates it by just to the right of the cup, kind of in that no man's land in the back there. It's a tough putt once you get back towards that wall. Yesterday, I mentioned we'd seen a lot of competitors kind of keep it out to the right of the cup as they're coming back here. Dave will probably know that. No, so it's not a sudden death over 18 holes. It'll be sudden death starting from hole 1. That's ties for 16 before we get into the knockout matches. Watching Dave try to clean up his second shot here. And after I got done talking about how people were pushing it out to the right on that hole, we watched Dave push it just to the left and skirt the cup. So unfortunately, he will drop a shot there as he finishes up his round. That should, I think, put him in as a 42, which he'll likely not be happy about. But again, I'm sure he had fun. It's hard not to enjoy yourself if you're playing mini golf in a beautiful location with some beautiful weather, with some beautiful people, in an intense set of competition here. So, as we talked about, if you listened on the broadcast, Andrew and I talked a little bit uh, yesterday about I am going to be a homer. I really would like to see somebody from the U.S. crack the top 16 right now, and we're looking all right. I've got Rick Baird, who should be in fairly comfortably. He's sitting at fourth place. He started his round. He's up on lane 4, and Kyle Corsi's right there. And speaking of countrymen, I've got my practice buddy highlighter. He's taking his shot on 18. Let's see if he can get it. And oh, just sneaks by the cup, but he should have an easy 2 to finish off his rounds there. This is his first international competition, so I know getting a lot of experience. These guys are definitely going to be fighting to come back here in September. Like I mentioned, I'm also the tour director or the tournament director of the Matterhorn International Pro-Am, which we play in September here in Connecticut in the US, and many of these players qualified to get in via either winning that as highlighter did, or based on their ranking points in other tournaments as well. We've got Steve Sturdy up on the top right. We've got Christian Adler on the top left. It's Petra Riegler sitting in the bottom right. I'm trying to figure out who we got on 16 here. True comment. In the YouTube, you never know with these sudden death playoffs. You could end up on 18. Uh, the way this course plays, there's a lot of opportunities to drop a shot, not as many to pick up a shot. It'd be very interesting as we get into the knockout rounds where players decide to be aggressive. It's still stroke play at that point. I would love to see some match play stuff here because I think you'd see some really interesting takes on some of these holes as players look to find some aces, fine margins. You don't want to end up dropping too many shots by getting caught in some of these bunkers. Watching Patrick Reiner had a pretty good shot up there on hole 8. He's sitting at 1 under right now, and I know he'd like to clean this up to stay pretty smooth here. We're watching hole 9. Speaking of holes with low margins on the bottom right here, this is a hole where you're trying to just kind of swing it between the rock and the bunker there. Ooh, kind of a bad kick, but at least in front of the rock. We saw an amazing save by Daniel Velcek there yesterday, either in round 1 or round 2. If you go back to the commentary, he was actually behind the rock, played a really nice shot off of that little outcropping of bricks and had it filter on back towards the hole. Speaking of Daniel, he's sitting in first place by 1 stroke right now. They are on hole 4, his group, with James Rutherford and Sevi Kukielka. Uh, that is a really amazing group of players there sitting at the top. They're just a couple strokes clear right now of Rick Baird as they move through the course. Of course, he's a hole ahead of them with Eric Hjalmarsson and Lukas Kuchera. Those are our top 6 right now, but not a lot of separation. Certainly around the cut line. We'll be watching that pretty closely here. People are going to drop in and out over these next few holes. All right, up on hole 18. And I apologize, I probably are going to slaughter this name, but Tobias Barole from Germany. Should have listened better to Andrew yesterday when he was pronouncing his name, and he lines up and a little too fast. Catches the edge of the right edge of the cup. It sends him spinning out to a place where I actually haven't seen a lot of putters play from, and this is one where it is tough. There's some undulations and a little bit of a channel around the hole there. So this is not as easy a second putt as it may seem, but he didn't make it look difficult at all, getting right up there and drilling it. All right, we're watching Christian Adler up on hole 9 here. He snakes his way really well through. We talked a little bit about this yesterday in the commentary, that hole 9 is really difficult to get the pace you need to get much closer than Christian has it right here. That's where a lot of players are really, really hoping, the ball kind of settles about a foot and a half from the cup. While it is downhill, you lose a lot once you get past that rock. And again, you're trying not to put yourself in any sort of bad position where you're trying to make an amazing save for two. So we'll watch Patrick try to make the same shot and slide on down there. And in the bottom right, we've got Petra Riegler, who's taking on the really difficult two-tier hole. You can pretty much see from the commentary here, those cups are a little bit smaller, well, a lot smaller than your regulation cup. They're just about the size of a golf ball, and there's a pretty significant break that you're trying to feather your way through. As you can see the ball move for her. You're trying to get to that second cup there on the upper level that will bring down to the bottom level, where you're really hoping for a couple good bounces to leave you close to the hole. It is a very tricky top cup, and you can see that one almost got away there, because anything more from about a foot away, you can easily slide it past there. We watch Patrick kind of clean up his shot on hole 9, as well as Tom Wahlberg steps up there. On hole 18. You get a second shot from the front, which isn't a bad shot, although a lot of players, I'm sure, would not like to leave it. And that was Martin Greenhead getting his two there. Tom Wahlberg, actually, that was a very good shot on hole 9 in the upper left here, as it slid even a little bit further past the cup than you see for a lot, but that's another good two there for players. So again, a lot of action going on here as we clean up this final round. We've got about a third of the field has finished up. All right, so question out of YouTube is probably good for anybody trying to catch this live. If you're not familiar with what you're watching, welcome to the World Adventure Golf Tour final. So this is the culmination of a season-long set of tournaments throughout the world. The way this works for players is if you play and you win in one of the tour stops, which we have about 15 of across the world, Europe, United States, New Zealand, Oceania area as well, and we're trying to expand quite often, you get an automatic bid into the final. And then if you don't win one of the tournaments, what we have is a ranking system on the tour where you're awarded points depending on where you finish in each of the tournaments, and the top set of qualifiers beyond our automatic qualifiers will make the final. So just anybody from a US perspective, if you're familiar with following NASCAR, it's kind of a similar format to that, and how they get people into their final playoffs, and so it's all free of charge to enter. Of course, you got to pay your travel fees and everything, but that's how we get our players here. So if you're interested, you can go to WMFwagtour.com, which will have all of the tour stops set up for this year's tour, which actually kicked off a couple weeks ago in Poland with the first Polish Adventure Golf Masters. And so that was a first for us this year on the tour. And we'll be moving quickly into the next set of tournaments. We've got the Hokkaido Adventure Golf Masters on May 25th. That will be the next qualifying. German Adventure Golf Masters on May 31st and June 1st. There's a lot of tournaments later in the year, a couple June, July, but when we move into August and September, it is really back-to-back type tournaments. If you're in the US and you're interested in trying to compete and get into the final, we've got 2 qualifying tournaments that are hosted by the American Mini Golf Association. We've got one in September in Canton, Connecticut, so about 40 minutes from where I'm sitting this morning, and that's at the Matterhorn course in the Matterhorn International Pro-Am. It's the 3rd year that it's going to be on the tour. And then the last tournament of the year for the AMA, the Putters League Championship outside of Atlanta on the Fringe, is going to be held in November. So new course this year for the tour, and we expect a pretty good group there to be playing from the US as we take a look at Patrick Reiner, who almost sank that really, again, tricky shot up top. That cup's barely bigger than a regulation golf ball, and so you might get a millimeter or 2 break if you're using a mini golf ball up there. But he will knock it in, hope for a good bounce as he gets down below. Oh, did it go in? Looks like it went in. If that is the case, that's one he's going to take to the bank there as well, because you are at the discretion of the mini golf gods, and it looks like it went. Look at that smile from Patrick as we walk on down. So he will be enjoying that for sure, as he was already sitting at 1 under.
Patrick, your ball. Your ball's in the cup, no? You got us, sorry, okay, sorry.
And we got Tom Hallberg stepping up here on hole 10. Leaves it a little bit short. Such a tricky putt. I'm going to say it every time I watch somebody hit hole 10 here, because it is. And you got to have the confidence to go towards it. You don't want to blow it too far by, or you're going to end up with fairly difficult second shot with that small cup. All right, New Zealand, you guys want to know, well, if you take a look at the schedule, we've got the New Zealand Open coming the 22nd and 23rd of November. That will be the last stop on the 25-26 World Adventure Golf Tour before we get to the final, which is going to be held at Aces in Gloucester, United Kingdom next year, which was going to be the intended place of the final this year. There was some scheduling issues and some other stuff going on there, which is why we ended up in Portugal. But some great work. We're bringing you live coverage here. We're going to have some pretty good coverage and some interesting things to announce as we go through the year in terms of where we're going to have highlights and videos. We're trying to cover all of this year. You can follow along, like I said, at WMFwagtour.com. The WMF Wag Tour has both a Facebook and Instagram page to follow. The World Mini Golf Sport Federation page helps follow on this. And we've got an incredibly busy year with international championships at the WMF level, because this is a world championship year, which we will be having in August. So that's played on the other standard forms of mini golf in Germany. Multiple day tournament there that we'll be bringing you various different coverage from in various different aspects. We've got the World Adventure Golf Masters, which is in June in Sweden. We've got the Youth European Championships, a lot of stuff going on, international mini golf, plus all, of course, our local national tournaments that happen throughout the year. We got lane 11 up on the upper left here. Christian Adler takes his shot, trying to sneak it by the rock. See what he gets for a rebound. Now it kind of kicks him out to about the 1 o'clock position as he's coming down the hill there. Christian sitting at 1 over for the round and hovering right around that cut line, which, if you're following along, is moving between 3 or 4 people each hole that goes by here. So again, as we have a little bit of break here, kind of question from YouTube is going to lead to some stuff here. So if you're unfamiliar with the World Adventure Golf Tour, we have a couple different type of tournaments that we play here. Some of the tournaments are golf ball only. Some of the tournaments allow mini golf balls. The final here does allow mini golf balls. If you're unfamiliar, like I know a lot of the folks in the U.S. are, with mini golf balls, they're various different compounds, bounces, weights to them, and basically you can choose different types to do different things. You want a ball that has less bounce, more bounce, depending on what the individual lane calls for. You can hone in a little bit of the control on what the ball does versus using a traditional golf ball. As we watch Patrick sink an ace on hole 11 up there, he's going to be very happy with that. I think that is going to put him for 2 under for the round. So going to be extremely happy in the way he's moving up the leaderboard, trying to secure his spot in the final knockout round of 16. But as I mentioned, the mini golf balls, they add a different level of thinking as you go through. We're a little bit unfamiliar here in the States, although the Matterhorn International Program allows the use of them. And if you have listened to me and Tom talk on the podcast at all, there are varying different opinions on whether or not adventure golf should be played golf ball only, if it should have miniature golf balls. My personal opinion is I like putting mini golf balls in play. I like it as a differentiator for our sport. If I want to hit golf balls all the time, I would be a golfer. But I know there's some pretty strong opinions otherwise on how a golf ball kind of levels the playing field. It also, of course, makes it a little bit easier in terms of barriers to entry to play. So I could see both sides of it. I don't know if we'll go full golf ball only on the tour. Time to tell. I'm not the organizer. I'm not the organizing board. The decisions will be made, but I know for next year, we're at least going to have some miniature golf balls as well. So, the great thing about mini golf is there's so many different types of forms to play, so many different ways to engage with it. Even in the US, we've got varying different from traditional adventure golf to the putt-putt branded style. That's kind of its own thing there as well. We've got, more of the crazy golf stuff. So you can make your selection in terms of how you want to engage with the sport as you go through. And like I said, personally, I like adding the level of miniature golf balls to the play. I liken it a lot to, bowlers. You can have a strike ball and a spare ball, depending on the lanes and things like that. But some folks like the golf ball, and we've got plenty of tournaments that way as well. And there's no reason you can't play this with the golf ball. Although, like I said, you find the right mini golf ball, and it really feels good when you've honed that in. And maybe that's just us from a inexperience. Like, once again, a little bit newer on the U.S. side, so maybe there's a novelty to us, and it'll wear off. It is expensive, but I would still say a round of good golf anywhere in the U.S. will buy me 5 or 6 mini golf balls. So take what you can there. All right, we're getting some cameras set up here, and we've got on the upper left again, as we've been following this group around. We got Christian Adler teeing off. This is hole 12 in the upper left. Waiting for some folks to get to hole 18 in the upper right. All right, we'll have to say the New Zealand contingent, a lot of fans on YouTube. I am not the one controlling the action here in terms of the cameras. We are going to be hopefully catching them soon. They should be coming up through some of the static cameras as we go well. As we get into the knockouts, obviously, we'll be able to follow more of the groups around. We'll have less players. I know as we get to the semifinals and finals, we'll really be only having one group out on the course at a time, so you get to follow all that action. But in case you don't have the scores in front of you, my New Zealand friends, Cam Cooper's currently on hole 11. He's sitting at 10th place. Matt Ansley's on hole 9, sitting in 14th place. Cam, it looks to be 1 over for his round. Matt, unfortunately, looks to be 3 over for his round. But they should be coming through some of the static cameras as we see Patrick. Man, that's a nice, clean, close shot that he has there from hole 12. Tom Alberg on hole 12. Not sure if he was going for the backdoor shot or if he just left it a little long on the front door, but we'll see if he can clean up his deuce here. It's again, I'm from the United States, so of course I'm being a homer right now, trying to scoreboard watch a little bit to see where my fellow countrymen are going to make it. Looks like, knock on wood, we'll have potentially 2 in the knockout with Rick Baird and Kyle Corsi, and I got Jeremy Nabinet, who's been back and forth on whether or not he's going to get into the final right on the cut line. He's on hole 15 and actually putting together a really good round of 1 under right now, so making his charge towards the final. Up on hole 16, we have Ladislav, who was last year's World Adventure Golf Tour final winner. You can see he was doing a little bit of course maintenance on the rock bunkers. So you are allowed before you take your tee shot to kind of go to the bunker, maybe flatten out some rocks, see if you can get, a good pathway through. I'm assuming he's probably going to take a shot that's going to skirt the corner of that bunker. Once you take your tee shot, you're not allowed to play with the bunker at all. So you got to take that determination. You'll see, oh, just kind of got the corner. Didn't quite probably get around to where he wanted to be, but sitting at that noon position and he's looking at it. He's got his notes, probably try to clean it up. He is also a little bit off the cut line, so unlikely we're going to see a back-to-back winner of the tour final this year. And he cleans up his 2, as was expected. So now's as good a time as any if you are not following any of the WMF or the World Adventure Golf Tour social media pages, especially on Instagram. Ask you to become a follower over there. One of our goals is to continue to grow the scope and viewership of tournaments like these. Got a lot of wrap up videos, reels, and things that we post throughout the year. Help us share that content out. Certainly a little bit of a grassroots campaign here as we continue to grow the sport of mini golf. We bring more live streaming, try to bring more sponsors and stuff on so that we can get more people in our production crews to get more cameras, more commentary. Anybody who's done any of this understands it's not just money we need. We need some bodies to do some things. We watch some course maintenance going on with Patrick and Christian up there as they try to take on hole 13. Clearly, some thoughts of going through the bunkers there, but appreciate everybody who's watching along. You know, you're adding to the cause of showing off the game of miniature golf, and today specifically our venture golf discipline as Patrick gets through the, or not Patrick, Christian from Austria gets through the bunker and around the back here. Watching Petra in the bottom right there. Trying to catch up on who we got on hole 16 as well here. A lot of action moving quickly through. We get closer and closer to the knockout rounds. That was really nice. There was a pair of deuces kind of in synchrony happening on the left side of the screen here. That was kind of a fun watch here. Some great putting. I believe we've got my countryman Jeremy Navinet stepping up on hole 16, doing a little bit of course maintenance. He's sitting on a round of 1 under right now. Again, really, really close to that cut line. Sure, some of these players might be scoreboard watching, others in their own world. Everybody has their own way of approaching it. Patrick Reiner up top, another really great shot from him, just skirted by the cup there. He is sitting at 2 under as we play hole. I was distracted by Jeremy's shot here, which I think he's going to be incredibly happy with that left him for one of the shorter deuce putts you're going to see on hole 16. We'll watch him kind of clean that up as Patrick works on his shot as well. If we go back to the top of the leaderboard, again, this is all really just trying to get into the top 16 knockout area. So, you know, obviously players want to pick up some good momentum going into that, but we've got Sevi Kukielka and Daniel Volchek, who are currently tied right now on hole 9. They're averaging nicely just below par as they go through, and Rick Baird and James Rutherford are right behind them as well, 3rd and 4th position. So some pretty good putting up on top. They're trying to keep that going. So Tom Alberg takes his shot here on hole number 13. I think it's Martin Geta from Hungary who's wearing the Welsh kit on hole 16 down below. Wasn't paying attention to faces as he came down, but he finished up his 2 there. Should be seeing some action coming shortly to hole 18 up on the top right. It's got a couple groups finishing up holes 16 and getting to 17 here soon. Really nice shot by Christian up in the upper left, kind of leaving him in a good position for 2 there, which I assume he's going to clean up nicely here. Christian currently sitting at 15th, and right now a fraction of a stroke separating those who are in versus those who are out of the cut. course, there's a link to the scores in the YouTube chat. If you scroll back up, it's also posted on the World Adventure Golf or the World Mini Golf Sport Federation YouTube, Facebook. Apologies. It's not quite 6 a.m. here in the US, and I'm still going through cups of coffee to get awake here to try to catch up on all of this. Not that the action on the screen isn't exciting enough to get you going on this Sunday morning. And at the cut line, it's pretty close. So right now it's a battle between Matt Ansley, who's sitting at 16th, and his New Zealand friends on YouTube, and my countryman Jeremy Inabinet, who's at 17th, and it's a .1 difference. Of course, Matt's got a few holes in hand on Jeremy, who's coming up to 17 as well, but is putting together a good 1 under round. Oh, and a beautiful shot from Tom Alberg up on hole 14. He aces it. That should bring him back to even par. Really nice rebound shot. Good celebration by his fellow players. I've got a chance to play, I think, with all three of them before in different tournaments. Christian and I have actually played the U.S. Masters a few times together, so familiar with how he plays. Great folks there. Good to see when you got a group of people doing well on the course. I think it always elevates everybody's play. And, I'm a big proponent of mini golf. Yes, completely competitive. We're out here. We're trying to win. Everybody's got their game faces on. But, man, if you're not having fun doing it, don't do it. I love the sport. I love that I can play with my kids and everybody else, and that's part of the fun of it. And, I find ways even when I'm not doing well to have fun. And trust me, I've played plenty of tournaments where I haven't done well, and I'm still here cranking through the sport. Let's see, are we going to get dual shots here of a second putt, bottom left and right? Multi-angle camera action here going on at the World Adventure Golf Tour final. All right, trying to catch up also on my Facebook commentary here. Really need an intern. I see we've got Life, our WMF president, who's watching along here today. Annette Block from the US, Mark Chapman, our director of development, who's got an interesting question on why we're not showing the plus minus to par. It's a good question. One of the things I think if you're coming from a golf background, you're kind of used to seeing the plus minus to par band golf. We're usually have just shown it with the average is really how kind of that way of stacking with the different positions on the course kind of help out as well. So trying to make this, as much palatable to as many different people who are coming from many different backgrounds and watching our sport. And hopefully there's a lot of you this morning who are coming through and getting a chance to watch. Maybe you don't watch competitive mini golf on the regular, We've got a couple different camera angles here of Petra Regler from Austria playing hole 16. Yeah, Patrick up on the upper left there. We've got, try to get to my notes on who we've got coming up here. I think it's Marco from Finland on hole 18. Is that who we have? Petra went into the rocks. You could see we talked about before. We'll bring it up again as we go through in case you're jumping on at different points in the commentary. If you do end up in that rock bunker, you have the option to either try to play from the bunker or bring it back to the tee box. Of course, your stroke counts if you do bring it back. Oh, Petra is in there again. It's a couple of dangerous spots on this course. There's a lot of course management you need to do. You know, if you compare it to where we were last year in Brno in the Czech Republic, we played the Eva course, which was a lot more ace heavy course as well. And so a different type of precision that you're trying to take as you go through that course. I often compare this difference to if anybody's played the various courses in the US Masters, where we had the Aloha South course, which is, you know, sub 30 scores, a lot of aces, and then you go to a place like Pineapple or Rumble where you're still breaking par, but a lot of different considerations in terms of some of the holes there. You're trying to set yourself up for twos. I actually think this is very similar to our Matterhorn course, where kind of that upper half of the 30s is a good score, and really good scores around par. You know, we do have more under par scores here. As I look at the leaderboard, there's certainly some green spattered around as we go through the rounds, but you know, no one as of yet has put together more than 2 under par rounds for the tournament. So it's a testament to, you know, how much you're going to have to manage. Where do you leave these second shots? As my attention's drawn up to hole 18 and my countryman Jeremy, who, again, right around that cut line, he would love for an ace to finish out his round here. Oh, yes. Great shot, Jeremy. Up and in. Again, I'm going to be a little bit of homer here, but go U.S. countryman. That's going to put him in at, looks like it's going to be 2 under par, I believe, which really great round for him to finish out and helps offset. You know, he's unhappy with the round of 42 in the middle of the tournament here, but that putt could have been enough to keep him in the top 16. And we're starting to see these groups. We've got a couple groups still outside the cut that are finishing up their rounds, but from here on out, we're really going to see probably the next 10 minutes here how that cut line forms, assuming, say, folks from about 10 up, you know, unless something blows up in their rounds, and knock on wood, I don't wish that on anyone. So we're going to say they all have really good rounds coming up for them, are probably safe, but it's mini golf. Any amount of things can happen. Watching Patrick on hole 16 there again. Talked about that positioning to kind of the 3 o'clock position, 4 o'clock position of the cup. A lot of players ending up. Got a difficult putt on 18 here. It's almost at no man's land. Oh, and a good sink. You can see it trying to tail off to the right there. Not the preferred place on 18. Of course, the preferred place is it's an aceable hole, so you want to be in the cup as well as. But yeah, get your two and move on is always pretty nice as we watch Patrick try to do that on hole 16 here. Oh, that is a tough lip out. You can see the disappointment on his face. Yeah, with a couple holes left though, I think he still should be in a position to make it. That'll bring him back to even par. You know, one of the nice things about not playing in a tournament like this and getting to commentate is getting to watch everybody's reactions, both good, bad, indifferent as they go through and play. I know I certainly have a lot of reactions when I play as we watch Tom Alberg. Wow, a little bit of, probably a bit too much pace. You don't see a lot of players play from there. 16 almost coming back to kind of that curve there. So hopefully he's got that kind of charted out. But we are coming up to hole 17 for this group, which is another good run at an aceable hole. Although there's only been 11 aces on it in the tournament, so not impossible. It's just one of those holes that looks like you'd want to ace it all the time. Players have probably played a hole like 17, as you see in the upper left, a million times on MOS adventure golf style courses, just kind of that breaking dog leg towards the cup. All right, our New Zealand fandom on YouTube, hope you're paying attention here because we got Cam Cooper coming up on hole 16. We watch Christian Adler on hole 17. We've got dual cams of Petra Riegler on hole 18. A lot of action coming to you from the World Adventure Golf Tour final here in Portugal. Christian going for kind of the backdoor shot on hole 17. He cleans up his two there. We got Tommy Lonta on hole 16, leaving in at that position that we've seen quite a few times this morning. All right, so we've got Patrick up on hole 17. He's going to line up his shot. We've got action on hole 18, 16, all the cameras working for you this morning. Oh, and in the bunker up on top. We've seen that a few times as Patrick slides his ball past. Good rebound, decent leave. Very similar place to where his fellow countryman Christian was a few seconds ago. And just like Christian finishes up his two, a little bit short on hole 16 there. That's a Again, haven't seen a lot of putting from that particular position. All right. Our YouTube fandom, Cam Cooper stepping up to the plate on hole 16. Oh, yes. A little bit of drama there with Cam's shot. I don't know if he thinks he got lucky with that, but hey, all goes in the same in the box score once it hits the bottom of the cup. All right, we got hole 18, and now you're going to get a chance to see the scores as we pull together some of the cameras as the groups start to wrap up here. Those cut line groups close to finishing, or got a few holes left here. A lot of drama still going. Christian runs his ball a little bit back into no man's land on hole 18. Got my fellow countryman wearing the AMA gear there, Kyle Corsi, coming up on hole 16. Got Tommy Lanza in the upper left on from Finland, playing hole 17. We'll see how he attacks that hole. Nice up the hill, running down, and he attacked it extremely well. Great ace by Tommy there. Like I say, you like to see that ball kind of run up and over, right down. I'm sure all of us have played an adventure golf hole like that at one time in our lives, and it's such a good feeling watching Kyle. A pretty good position there. I see some of my other fellow countrymen in the back there. Got Dave Vito looking on. And I think it's, Kyle pushed it just past. And that's all right, though. I mean, he was sitting at par. It's going to put him at 1 over. Still should be enough to keep him in the top 16. We've got action on 17. Patrick trying to clearing his shot up on 18, and he drops it. It's a good round for Patrick Reiner. It's coming in at even par. Looks like it will probably also be enough to keep him in the top 16. Matt Ansley right on the cut line there. Can he find some magic in the last couple of holes here? Or where are we going to see both of our last year's finalists not make the knockout round here? So a lot of drama. We got Cam Cooper stepping up on hole 17 in the upper left. Tom Alberg finishing up his round. Oh, just lipping on hole 18 there. Cam's shot's going to leave him probably a little bit more, as you can see him animatedly trying to tell the ball to move a little bit closer on hole 17 there. But as anybody who's played miniature golf before knows, don't quite think that works, but with confidence finishes up that hole with the 2. Just about 4 holes left for everybody to finish up this 5th round and to settle where not only who's in the cut, but what that seeding is going to be. Of course, we do a knockout style where one plays 16, 2 plays 15, et cetera, et cetera. Anybody who's NCAA March Madness fans, very familiar with that. And got to wonder if we're going to see some upsets. You know, that 5-12 matchup, always the one in the NCAA tournament that turns people's worlds upside down. So we'll be watching all of that action not too long after these rounds finish up here. You got Matt Ansley on hole 16. Gets in and out of the rock bunker. Probably not the place he wanted to be, but at least not in the bunker. So take a little bit of positive. Tommy Lanta drills his shot on hole 18. Nice little fist pump as well. I think he knew that was going in from about 1.5 feet out. So was very happy with that. And, that'll put him on a 1-under round as well. So right in the middle of that knockout area, that should put him safely in the top 16 too. So we wait for some of these scores to update. So I'm watching along with the cameras. Yes, another ace on hole 18. Maybe a little bit of unbelievable reaction there. Went with the different kind of longer rebound shot and watched it curl in there. But once again, in the box score, an ace is an ace, and that's the way to do it. Bottom left, got a little bit of shot of Rick Baird, who's coming to hole 16 here. We got some fans from the U.S. looking to watch him as well. Josh Mars, who is in the U.S. for the upcoming U.S. Open next week, up early with the rest of us watching. Danny Tatum watching, Vanette Block. See all of you there on the Facebook chat. Cal Corsi finishing up his hole 17. I have to say, once again, a little bit of homer. I love the way that slick AMA gear looks on our players. And since I can and have a microphone, the AMA, we were talking about mini golf balls earlier on today. We just created our first mini golf ball. We've got a golf ball out there, but if you're looking for an AMA actual mini golf ball, this is Pat Sheridan. You know where to find me on all the socials and everything to you. I'll sell it to you for a cool price of $24.99 in US dollars. No tariff price included, because that's the way we roll here at the AMA. So sorry for the shameless plug, but it seemed to be a very American thing to do as we watch our competitors on hole 16 and 17 here. Got the last few groups coming through. Got some players already in the clubhouse who look like they will be safely in the top 16. Cam Cooper, Patrick Reiner, Yuri Rimpler, Tom Alberg. Eric from Sweden here, who's at a 1-over round, but he will be safely in the top 16 as he takes a look at his second shot on hole 16. Got Rick Baird in the back looking on. He cleans up his shot. We got Matt Ansley sitting on hole 17. Boy, he would love an ace on this hole, probably, and would love an ace on the next hole as well. He's about 5 over for his round right here. And tough round for Matt. He's leaving that one well short of the hole on hole 17, unfortunately. So he's going to have a lot of work to do to clean that one up. Meanwhile, Rick Bear going right through that rock trap on hole 16. Sure, he's got this one charted as he pulls out his book there to take a look. So I can confidently say that after no Americans in the top 16 last year. We should have at least 2 this year and looking like potentially 3. So go team. That's half our squad that's out there coming in. And Rick nails his second shot, which I had absolutely no doubt that he was going to make, having played many, many times with Rick. As we all know, he's got the Mr. Perfect moniker for one of the few players who's got a perfect 18 on the putt-putt style of mini golf as well. And so now stepping up, we've got our final group of the final qualifying round here on hole 16. Sevi Kukielka. He's playing with Daniel Velcek and James Rutherford. Maybe not the shot Sevi want, but he's got a second shot here to clean up. I've got Kyle Corsi taking his run on hole 18. Let's see what he can do to finish up his round. He's sitting at 1 over. Oh, misses it and has that no man's land shot from the back door here. Oh, Sevi misses his second shot. Kyle does as well, but I think for both of them, it's gonna not a whole lot of worries in terms of making the cut. It all depends on where we get to seedings, who you end up playing. We might see a 8-9 matchup of New Zealand versus USA. Cam and Kyle here, as some of these scores start to settle here in the final. Still got a few more hours of great mini golf action, very competitive mini golf action coming up. Watching James Rutherford here clean up his shot, which puts Daniel Velcek up on the tee box on 16. Got Michal Riha stepping up on a hole 18. He's got a good round of 1 under playing. I know he takes the, I don't know, I call it a slightly unconventional approach to hole 18 with some of the rebounds. It's the Daniel Velcek shot as well. But we've seen yesterday taking some extra shots, rebounding off of these bricks, even though these are nice looking bricks, some smooth spots. You're always adding an element of uncertainty when you're not going straight at the cup here in adventure golf. So, players play to where they're comfortable. We see kind of the double bounce, skating back. Will it slide back in? Will it slide back in? No. It lays just short for Michal, but he will finish that up, finish his round at 1 under par. Great shot on hole 17 there by Eric, leaving it maybe 9 inches from the cup there. We got Matt Ansley teeing up on hole 18 here. That really needs this ace, and just slides it by. Rick Baird pushes his by. Probably got a little bit longer putt than he would have liked on hole 17, but again, he is safely in the top section here for the knockout round.
I believe the news is here that we're going to have a playoff.
Thank you, Andrew. That's what I was trying to figure out here as I watched the scores come in.
Yeah, we are going to be setting up for the playoff now for the 16th position. We'll be following that around, starting at lane 1. The winner of the playoff will go through to the head-to-head elimination competition. The loser of the playoff will be eliminated before the head-to-head elimination position. So we're going to set up for that now.
And Andrew, before you leave, is it a full 18 or is it hole by hole?
How do you
Sudden
mean?
death.
Oh no, the playoff. No, that's just the best. Yes, the sudden death. So the
Okay,
first
that's what.
lane where one player scores better than the other, they will advance.
Okay, no, that's what I thought. That's what I told everybody. Just the way you said, follow them around. Of course, we're expecting these players, being as good as they are, to go for maybe a few holes. But yes, excited to see that playoff before we get to the even more of the drama. So go out and do what you need to do, and I'll continue on here with our viewers. Oh, and a beautiful ace by James up on hole 17. Like I said, that's a hole where you really got to feel good, especially coming into 18. That is a aceable hole as well. So if you can get some back-to-back aces to finish out your round, it's good. It's also good knowing you've got a couple holes to clean up your round. As we said, we're going to get into some head-to-head matchups here. So you've got opportunities to pick up some strokes as we go through. But if you were just on, as Andrew mentioned, we're going to have a playoff for the 16th position. It's going to be Matt Ansley versus Christian Adler. So Matt out of New Zealand, Christian out of Austria. Again, I'm sure Matt wish he had picked up that ace on 18 to not force a playoff, but his hopes are still alive, and we're going to get that set up. We've got two more groups to finish up their rounds here as we move to lane 18. Eric Helmerson trying to finish up. He's at a round of 1 over par. Ace this, you can come in at even par. Oh, not quite a toilet bowl action. Shout out to my O Street folks who would say he got Jobs, Steve Jobs. But should be fairly easy for him to clean that 2 up, as we see. And we've got Rick Barrett stepping up as well, who's sitting on a round of 1 under as well. So like I said, these positions, people certainly trying to vie for where they want to be. All of them in the top 16. You want to go into these matchups, these knockout matchups, with a little bit of confidence. So never hurts acing the last hole when you still got mini golf to play in future rounds. Ooh, Rick leaves it just at the top of the hill. Luckily, that did not come back on him. You almost get a replay with the way the cameras are out of sync here. But he sinks that too, and if you blink, you can watch it again in the bottom right. It's Sevi Kukielka stepping up now, the winner of the Portuguese Open last year, which obviously gained him some automatic qualification to this. So he's very familiar with the course, and unsurprising that he's sitting in the top group of players as he finishes up his 2 there. Probably not the round he wanted it, sitting at 2 over, but has been extremely consistent with his scores throughout the tournament. Now we got James Rutherford, his Great Britain compatriot, taking his tee shot here on hole 18. Gonna get there. Nope. Also leave it a little bit short. You should clean this up for the 2. And our final player for the qualification rounds before we get to the sudden death of spot 16. It's going to be Daniel Velcek, the Czech Republic. This time he goes straight at the hole, leaving himself nice easy 2. You can see the gallery up on the Roman Coliseum type columns watching on. And that's it, folks, for the stroke play. We're going to be setting up for the sudden death competition for who gets in that last spot of the knockout rounds, which will be coming up fairly shortly here. We'll be knocking 16 players all the way down to our final two as we go through the rest of the morning here. You can see a lot of the players, but again, Homer and me, I'm coming to you from Connecticut in the US where it's 6:30 in the morning, and I got 3 of my compatriots sitting in the top 16. So good luck to Rick, Kyle, and Jeremy as they move into that knockout.
And we are heading into the playoff any second there. You can see Matt Ansley and Christian Adler there receiving the briefing from the tournament director, Pasiejo. The clubhouse for players you can see here, so getting a bit of a behind the scenes look. So they're just learning the rules now of the sudden death. Of course, we keep going until one player scores better than another. Once that happens, that player who scores better than the other one will be going through to the head-to-heads in the 16th and final place. The other player will be eliminated. So it's Christian Adler, the world number 5 from Austria, versus Matt Ansley, the world number 9 from New Zealand. One of these players going through to the head-to-head elimination round. The other player, sadly, will be eliminated now. There's no practice shot. This is it. Christian Adler, lane 1, to go through to head-to-head elimination. No ace. Matt can ace. He'll go through to the head-to-head eliminations. If Matt gets a 2, the order of the players will swap each lane. Matt will start lane 2. If Matt can ace this now, the player from New Zealand, who is number 9th in the world, will be going through to the head-to-head eliminations. And if he can win 4 of those matches in a row, he can become the ultimate champion. Last year, of course, he won 3 of those matches in a row, ended up the runner-up. This to give him a chance to play in the head-to-head elimination.
Yes, great shot.
And Matt Ansley goes through to the head-to-head eliminations. Christian Adler from Austria, unfortunately, knocked out of the competition at this stage. Will not get a chance to play in the head-to-head. So we are now going to be setting up for the head-to-head elimination. The Facebook stream, because of the maximum limit they have, that's going to go off, and we're going to restart that when the head-to-heads begin. So 20 minutes or so here for us to put all the players in according to their seeding. The number 1 seed will face the number 16th seed. We know who that is. That's Matt Ansley, and so on. So we're going to prepare the seedings now. But what we could say, there are 2 Kiwis this year in the elimination head-to-heads. Okay, stick with us.
Thanks, Andrew. Yep. So we'll, like Andrew said, we'll have a little break here, which is good. I can go get some more coffee to stay with you for some of these elimination rounds. Andrew will be back as well. We have a couple Kiwis trying to do some counts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7 different countries represented in the top 16. So really great distribution here. A couple Kiwis. We've got 3 Finns, 3 from the US, 1, 2, 3, 4 from the Czech Republic, 1, 2, couple Great Britain, Sweden, Austria, Patrick Reiner, who gets to stay in, although once Christian got knocked out there as well. And we didn't even have a chance to talk about it. I was wondering how far that sudden death was going to go. You had an ace hole to start right off, and you saw kind of a couple different approaches at that to go there. And then once you got past there, it was going to be a lot of twos and potential threes that were going to determine that playoff. So we're getting everything set up. I will be back in a few minutes and kind of talk through as people get through. As Andrew mentioned, we're going to have to restart the Facebook. So we'll get on over there and kind of share that out for everybody. And, if you're on the YouTube page, we're going to keep this going. Go get some breakfast, lunch, dinner, wherever you are in your day, and come on back for our final set of knockout rounds, 16 down to the finalist, who is going to be. We won't have a repeat. Vladislav was knocked out, so we will have a new winner this year. Can Matt Ansley find redemption after sneaking in the playoff for 16? Can he win? We would love to see a Cinderella story. He's going to be going up, obviously, against James Rutherford, who's sitting at number 1, which honestly we should call him out as well. 5 great rounds, incredible consistency, 36, 35, 36, 36, 36. So just under a 36 average to take that top spot. And, we will be in for some adventure. Talk to you soon. Once again, if you're watching on the YouTube, as we get the Facebook feed back up again, we're getting our top 16 competitors sorted out for the upcoming matches here as we try to will 16 down to 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live for the knockout matches here, starting at the World Adventure Golf Tour Final. And this is the first match we're going to see here is the 1 versus 16 matchup of James Rutherford versus Matt Ansley. So we get a shot of Matt, who just played this lane about 15, 20 minutes ago in the sudden death playoff to get to that 16th seed. And watch the ball. Yes, good drop for him. So acing it 2 times in about 15, 20 minutes here to get his knockout match started. So if you've been following along on YouTube, you've been watching. If you're new to the Facebook stream, because we've got a new stream going up for the knockout rounds, my name is Pat Sheridan. I am the chair of the media committee for the World Mini Golf Sport Federation. I'm helping bring some commentary here. Andrew Edmonds also helping out and providing a lot of the production work live at the course as we watch Matt take on lane 2 here. Drain that over. Can't quite see exactly where it is from that camera angle, but it looked like a really good shot. Bit of a tap in there for him as we get to the other side of the lane to watch James come through here. So we are starting off our 8 matches, the top 16 that we have going on. So our matches today are James Rutherford versus Matt Ansley, Cam Cooper versus Kyle Corsi, Eric Helmerson versus Tom Alberg. Actually, let's start that again. James Rutherford, Great Britain, Matt Ansley, New Zealand, Cameron Cooper will be playing Kyle Corsi, Cam from New Zealand, Kyle from USA, Eric Helmerson, Sweden, Tom Alberg, Finland, Sebi Kukielka, Great Britain versus Lukasz Gusera, Czech Republic, Rick Baird from the US up against Marco Nuotio from Finland, Mihal Riha versus Yuri Rimpler, both from the Czech Republic. So that's our only country-on-country matchup in this first 8. Tommy Lanta from Finland up against Patrick Reiner from Austria, and then Daniel Velcek from the Czech Republic up against another one of my countrymen, Jeremy Nabinet from the US. So as we move on to lane 3 here, we've got Matt with the 1-stroke lead. Remember, this is not match play. This is full stroke play, so they'll play all 18 holes, get to a point where whoever's got the lowest score will move on to the next match. This is the round of 8, then we'll have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the final to determine the winner. So if you're just joining, we will have a new winner this year, as Ladislav Shvevel. Did not make the cut of the top 18, and we watched James just push his second putt a little bit too far past here. So an opportunity for Matt to gain another stroke. Players wanting to win this whole thing are going to have to win 4 straight matches in a row as we go through the knockout here. So it should be some pretty good drama. Be interesting to see how aggressive players get on this course. For reference, our scores, except for James, who finished with an average of 35.8, we're all at par and above. So not a super aggressive course in terms of a lot of aces. We're going to pick up another camera angle here as we've got hole 1 starting in the match with Kyle Corsi and Cam Cooper. as well. So a lot of action we're going to be seeing here to follow around. Matt Ansley picks up his 2 on hole 3, and he starts to open up a lead there. He's got a couple stroke lead going into hole 4. Cam Cooper aced hole 1, so he's got a 1-stroke lead on Kyle Corsi from the US, who I will pull for unapologetically. No shots to Cam. I like Cam too.
Okay, you can see we're just sending out our featured groups in the first head-to-head knockout elimination round. We will be following for all 18 lanes, James Rutherford from Great Britain versus Matt Ansley from New Zealand, Cameron Cooper from New Zealand versus Kyle Corsi from the USA, Tavi Kukielka from Great Britain versus Lukasz Kuchera from the Czech Republic. That should be a good match. Both of them have been at the top of the leaderboard at one point during this competition. And then finally, Daniel Velc, the current course record holder with a 32 versus Jeremy Inabinet from the United States. So 4 featured groups coming up. It is the first knockout round here in the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final for the 24-25 season. We'll be bringing you all of the action live here from the Family Golf Park in Villamoura.
Like Andrew said, we're following around a couple groups here as we watch James take his shot on hole 4. Left it probably a little bit shorter than what he'd like, up by the bricks on that edge here. Trying to keep pace with Matt. Already a couple strokes behind early on in this match here. He gets his 2.
So far, it seems like it's Matt Ansley off to the early lead in his group. He's 1 under. James Rutherford currently 1 over after 4 lanes. We can see James Rutherford playing lane 5 now. And in Cameron's group is Cameron off also to the early lead. Cameron on 1 under after 2 lanes. Kyle Corsi on 1 over after 2. How you doing, Pat? You still with us? It's quite dramatic to see who was going to qualify there to play in this final 18.
Kept me awake this morning. Cam, unfortunately, just giving one back on hole 3 there, so we'll see if Kyle can capitalize on opportunity to close the gap a little bit.
It looks like Kyle's up the plateau nicely. We've seen it's can be a difficult lane, depending on whether players are able to get up to that plateau.
Watching Matt take his shot on hole 5 here. Left it in a decent position. Another tricky hole where you really can't get super close to the cup coming off that gap between the rock and the brick. So the best you're trying to do is make sure you don't have a lot of space there to nail your second putt as we watch the other group Get to hole 4 here. Difficult hole to ace, but if you can get a good nice bounce off that rock, it may filter down to the hole. Matt cleans up his putt fairly well, and they move on to the next lane. Matt, as Andrew mentioned, he's got a bit of a lead already, a couple strokes there. Kyle has closed the gap slightly on Cam, and we've got our third group starting off with Eric and Tom, who both aced the first hole, so that could be an exciting matchup we've got going there as well, which means we'll have Sevi and Lukash coming up
Because
next.
just see our third featured group going through now. Come back to that camera in a second.
Ooh, come on, fall back in. It was a good run of that hole by Matt, but that was a really difficult position to find yourself in on hole 6. Very long putt. Like I mentioned earlier in the tournament, there's a bit of a drop there, but you really got to go head on. And saw some of my fellow countrymen as we moved the camera around. Tom Loftus waving to the camera, who's also texting me at the same time as I try to cover here. So a lot of fun interaction happening throughout the course. James back by the rock. He's got clear. We'll see if he can make this putt, potentially gain another stroke up, as we've got Cam Cooper up on hole 5 in the upper right. You can see the scores in the bottom right as well as the matches. And Cam ran a little long, and James not getting the benefit of the little bit of dish there on hole 6. So that matchup will remain the same, with Matt a couple strokes up on him as we watch Cam try to take the second putt. He gets it, tried to tail off at the end there, but he drops that. He currently has 1 stroke on Kyle Corsi, who's taking his tee shot here. In a good position. James on hole 7. You see that play off the rock. Is it going to track all the way down? Not quite. Perhaps a good line, but not quite enough speed to get the ace there. And we'll see if Matt can fare a little bit better on hole 7 and potentially extend his lead as we watch Kyle on hole 5 try to keep pace with Cam, and he does, getting his 2, so he's still 1 off of Cam in their match. Matt's got it. It's tracking. It's tracking. Is it going to drop? Yes. Great ace on lane 7 by Matt Ansley. Is he feeling it after sneaking in as number 16? Can he make the Cinderella run to the top after last year just getting beaten out in the final? We will see. He's on a good pace so far through 7 holes. We have the tricky lane 8 ahead of them. We're trying to sneak past that rock, sneak past some bunker full of rocks, get a rebound past the third rock down there and settle it up by the cup, all easier said than done as we watch Kyle Corsi run the ski slope ball all the way down. And that's about where players have been landing this morning, just to the right of that rock. We just saw Matt and James try to take their shots there, and both unfortunately not get the drop. You can see the little bit of pocket there that exists, but also a lot of flat spots. It's definitely a hole, just like Kyle we talked about yesterday. Let's just go for the cup. Don't rely on that drop pocket to help you out, and he sinks it. And so we'll see what Cam can do now. Double Kiwis here. New Zealand, about to take their tee shots. A lot of fans on YouTube. Excited to be able to see them and what they can do. I'm kind of in that same position that Kyle just was. Like we said, that's kind of been where the ball's been settling. Matt got through that tricky tee shot pretty cleanly. And Cam sinks his putt too, so he still stays one stroke up on Kyle Corsi from the US. Matt makes his two here, putting the pressure on the number one seed through the stroke play, James, who's got some ground to make up, starting with this 8th hole. But again, very tricky one. Hopefully you can navigate everything and get pretty decent shot here. He gets through. Yes, at least gets through everything cleanly. And really, really nice run at the cup there. An ace there would have been a big boost, but hey, nice little tap in. Gets him through this hole. Still sitting a few strokes short of Matt as we go into hole 9, and then we've got the 2-tier hole 10, coming after that. Trying to catch up on some of the other action here. Eric's couple looks like to be a stroke up as they're playing hole 4. We got Seve and Lukash who are playing hole 3 right now, and Rick and Marco have started their round, and so we're more than halfway through the teams starting this first round of knockout competition. We watch as James kind of goes through. He's taking that straight shot versus kind of the sloping shot on hole 9 that we see a lot of players do. But hey, when you leave it right there, it's a good confidence shot as well for what should be a tap in. Yeah, Cam making his shot as well on hole 7. So potential chance here for Kyle if he can find an ace to make up a stroke. Bounce off the rock. Tracking. Oh, might have been just to the outside as well, but a little bit short. But a good shot by Kyle as well. So keeping pace with Cam here as Matt Ansley lines up his shot for hole 9. Looks like he will be taking the swing shot. The goal here is to kind of swing it up that hill, down between the rocks and the bunker. And if it's all rolling well, you're going to sit about, oh no, he goes a bank shot and gets the swing. And either way, kind of the place you want to be, where you see a lot of settling. Don't quite get the pace on that hole to track all the way to the cup, but what you want is a nice, simple second putt there, as Matt demonstrates for us. So through the front 9, we've got Matt Ansley, who's got a 3-stroke lead currently on James Rutherford. It's the 16 versus 1 matchup going to the 2-tier hole. If you haven't been following along, this is the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. We're starting the knockout play. Our first group playing is reaching the halfway part, this 2-tier hole, where this top section of the 2 tiers, you can see the cups are much smaller than our normal golf cups, and they're about maybe just slightly bigger than a couple millimeters on either side of a golf ball. So precision putt here. If you can get it in, you're hoping for some good bounces down below. You know, it's a common hole to get 3s on, so 2 is definitely going to give you a benefit as we go through, but no aces on, I know, 1 ace on this hole throughout the whole tournament. And oh, Matt's body language says it all right there. That's about as close as you can get on that first putt. And yeah, I know he would have loved that to drop. And it looks like we got Kyle Corsi in the bunker up on his match as well. So again, if you're joining or if you've forgotten, you've been watching along, those rock bunkers, the ruling here on the tournament is you got two choices. You can bring it back to the tee and re-tee, or you can play out of, which is usually not the selected choice given where those bunkers are and how those balls can react once they're in. But I would say, Kyle re-teeing, not a terrible position to be in, taking a second shot. And we watch Matt try to clean up his third shot here on lane 10. Of course, he'll drop a shot, but not unexpected on this hole, but it does open the door a little bit for James to try to pick something up on him, as he was currently 3 strokes down going into this hole. All right, starting off on hole 1, we've got the match of Tommy Lonta and Patrick Reiner. Tommy taking his shot and sinking it. Or is that a practice shot? Could have been a practice shot. Trying to catch all this action. Oh, Cam Cooper. That was a good shot up on his hole. A lot of action going on. I already got 3 screens going with scores and cameras and chats. Need a 4th or 5th to really watch all of this happening live. Hope everybody's enjoying it on this morning, especially folks probably getting ready to start with us. So those were practice shots on lane 1. So let's see if they can redo them. Let's go out. Let's do it. James cleans up hole 10. So now we'll see if Tommy can recreate his ace from the practice as they get their match started here. And yes, all right, good for Tommy. You get that ace in practice, and then you really sit there and go, man, I hope I can do that again, recreate it. I hope I didn't waste the little bit of luck we always need on these mini golf courses on the practice shot. And so we'll see if Patrick can tie his effort here, as we've got Kyle and Cam on hole 9. James and Matt have moved on to hole 11, which is a potentially aceable hole as well. Yeah, and Patrick's shot on hole 1 just skirts by a little bit. I got Kyle Corsi teeing off on hole 9 up there. Trying to pick up some more action in the top left as well. So 4 matches going. We'll see how well we can stay with all of this exciting action. These are all going to be very close matches as we move through top 16 players after 5 rounds of qualifications here at the World Adventure Golf Tour final. All right, another match hitting the halfway point was Cam Cooper out of New Zealand, Kyle Corsi out of the U.S. Cam's got 3 strokes on him as they move into that 2-tier hole number 10. Looking across the scores for some of the other matches, after 6 holes, Eric Helmus ends up on Tom Allward by 3 strokes. After 5 holes, Sevi Kukielka's got a 3-stroke lead over Lukasz Kuchera. And after 5 holes, Marco Nyoto is 1 stroke up on Rick Baird. So we've got one more match about to start on hole 1 up here. Got Daniel Velcek out of the Czech Republic versus Jeremy Nabinet, another fellow U.S. countryman. So we're trying to see, U.S. has made the final for the first time this year. Can they get it? Oh, and Kyle gets the top hole on the first putt. It's a big benefit. Gets a really good set of bounces on there on hole 10. So Can he use that to close a little bit of the gap there? As I was saying, my countrymen from the US, we've made the final now. Can we get past the first round? Can we get somebody to the final? Matt Ansley, I know, gunning for that final again after making it there last year. Coming just a bit short on the final hole of that final. So it's got a lot of second place finishes. I know he will talk open about that and definitely wants to add the title. So we watch his countryman Cam Cooper just missed that top hole. It's an incredibly difficult hole to sink. We've got Jeremy and Abbott on hole 1. And he drills the ace coming in the side door of that cup. So I believe that was their shot there. I think Daniel took it too, so that might be one up for him. As we watch bottom left, we've got bottom right, we've got Christian Adler enjoying some time in the shade as he watches his countrymen play his match as well. Christian, great guy to play with. Like I said earlier, in one of the coverages, played a lot of U.S. Masters with him over the year. Got my fellow co-host from the podcast, Tom Loftus, waving in the bottom left. It's great to see all of the players from around the world not only supporting their compatriots, but watching and supporting all sorts of folks as we go along here.
Yeah, and looking at the scores in our featured group, we have James Rutherford currently 3 over after 12. Cameron Cooper currently even par. Kyle Corsi 2 over after 10. David Kukiako 1 under after 7. Lukasz Kuchera 2 over after 7. And Daniel Velcek even after 1. Jeremy in Abner ace the first lane.
Hello, hello.
That's what our featured groups are doing. And look who we have joining us. Welcome to the production team,
Hello.
Mark Chapman. How are you, Mark? Well, I thought I heard him then, Pat. Maybe not.
I did hear him. I don't know if he could hear us.
I thought I heard him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mark, the world can hear you. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Very good. Just settling in for a wonderful afternoon's mini golf. How about you lot?
Yeah, very well. It's certainly an intense, dramatic day here. Give us your perspective. Obviously, you've competed at the highest level. Right now, we've got head-to-head competitions going on, so you're very much playing the other person in your group, not focusing about anything else. What do you think will be going through the heads of our players now in these featured groups?
I think, you know, when you've been playing, especially sort of multiple day tournaments, you're really trying to build on the momentum. And, you know, certainly I look at some of the players there with their scores this morning, and some of them have just found a rich vein of form around this course. And now it's just about sustaining that. And if they can sustain that throughout the rest of this tournament, then, you know, they've always got a chance. Slightly different dynamic head to head, you know.
Yeah.
But I think now it's about mental stamina as well as a bit of physical stamina out there in the heat. And yeah, it's who can get the job done, you know.
And looking at our head-to-heads, the other unique dynamic to point out, as you were talking about, Mark, many of these players already champions in their own rights. This is sort of like a champions of champions tournament. We're watching Sevi Kukielka, Lukasz Kuchera in one of our featured groups, both already many accolades to their name. So it's not like you're playing a Mr. Nobody. You're the person that you're playing against is either a champion or very highly accomplished. So I think what I take away from that is you can't let up at any single second, otherwise your opponent could take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's dog eat dog out there. If someone sense weakness, then, you know, you've got to be ready to take that opportunity.
trying to watch along here. Although I don't know, Mark, maybe it's just my screen. Is in our chat the screen frozen? Oh, there we go. Finally picked up for me.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see some actual play. We can talk till the cows come home about mental fortitude and what it takes to get it done. But, you know, this is live action here in sunny Portugal, and some, you know, some real pressure now. You know, you've got yourself into a great position, especially those higher seeds. They'll be playing against the lower ranked players, as it were, after the stroke bake tournament. So you have to maintain your focus. You have to try and sort of play the course the way that you've been playing it, and trust that your sort of stroke play scoring mindset is enough to you know, get ahead on those holes and hopefully see off the opponent who, you know, they've got nothing to lose. These guys coming in here, the lower ranked opponents, they can go in there with the freedom to play, knowing that if they are, you know, on the negative side of that scoreline, that they've given it their all, and that may, you know, in their heads, that's kind of the expected result of all of us watching. So they've got nothing to lose, and that can present danger in a more match play like format.
Yeah, we're seeing that already with, you know, Matt, our 16 seed coming in with the playoff. He's got the hot hand. He's putting the pressure on James. He's got a couple strokes up. But here as they play hole 14. So, you know, you flip that around and you finish number one, right? And you're feeling good about everything. And now you're a couple strokes down with a few holes to play. I mean, that inverses the pressure on the players. And so we've got that match. Bottom left is Matt and James going on. Over the bottom right is our match of Jeremy and Aminet, Daniel Velcek. Top right's the match of Cam Cooper, Kyle Corsi. And then, who do we got here? Line 9 is going to be the Sevi and Lukash match, I believe. I can see feet.
These New Zealand players, they're so dangerous. You know, you watch them come over here to Europe, and they you know, they wear their hearts on their sleeves. But I tell you what, the preparation that goes into their play before they get on the flight is impressive. And then when it's showtime, you know, the cameras are on, they really do bring their A game, especially in this style of format.
Yep, they never cease to disappoint. Always a lot of drama with them. Like you said, playing well. I'm trying to go through some of the other scores here that we don't have on camera. We've got Eric Helmerson. He's 3 strokes ahead of Tom Alberg. Rick Baird's fallen behind a little bit in his match after 7 holes, 3 strokes behind. The check-on-check matchup of Michal Riha and Yuri Rimpler after 5 holes, they are dead even. That's our closest match right now. Tommy Lanta's got a couple strokes up, although he's playing lane 4 against Patrick Reiner. And then we've got all the matches going on here. So a lot of drama, a lot of mini golf left in this first round. Probably expect some scores to bounce up and down as we go along and you hit that middle part of the course.
You're speaking about the New Zealand players, just to point out they have been drawn on the same side of the bracket. So if they both go through, they will be going head-to-head in the quarterfinals. As it stands, though, while Matt Ansley is 2 strokes ahead, Cameron Cooper is 2 strokes behind, but still plenty of lanes left for both of them.
That's a guaranteed semi-finalist if that happens. So, you know, kudos to New Zealand.
Yeah.
You see, I'm used to tableaus and you know, following results through to tournament in this style of format. So it does definitely bring some excitement, something a little bit different to these players. I know the British players aren't really used to playing these sort of knockout style formats. Same with the Americans, perhaps. So no, it's adds a bit of spice to the occasion.
Yeah, it's very true. We very rarely play knockout style this way. As I watched Kyle Corsi take a good run on his shot, and even when we do play knockout, most of the time it's, you know, more traditional match play type format, not the full 18 hole through. So a little bit of inexperience here for some of those players, although I'm sure Rick Barrett's played this format and I don't know how many different times in his many years of experience.
Real key tee shot now from James Rutherford, running out of holes. Slingshotting it round towards the hole. And I think the shoulder shrug and plod towards the ball tells you that the first shot did not quite go to plan.
Yeah, body language told you everything there. As Cam Cooper makes a really good run on his shot, leaving it just short of the hole in the upper right there. That would have been a definite dagger, but he's still got a couple strokes up on my countryman, Kyle.
Kyle's played so consistently. It's been a pleasure watching him play this morning, especially.
Yeah, and it's great. You know, his first international competition. He's fairly new to the competitive side of mini golf, joining us up in the Northeast U.S. over the past few years, and has certainly given me a run for my money in many a tournament. So good to see him at least make the top 16 here.
A really strong presence there from the US players. Rick Baird, though, coming up against a very strong Finnish contingent. He's got Marco out there on the course, just slightly behind at the moment.
All right, so we're coming up to hole 18 on our first match here, and it's going to be tough for James to catch up, barring, well, we won't say anything. I don't want to give the commentators curse.
Feel free to, but it's end game stuff here. You've just got to throw the kitchen sink at it and just hope that Matt isn't able to execute. But you know, the writing's on the wall. Having played so well, it just goes to show you could be the best player there over 18 holes, stroke play. But you know, you bring the match play element in, and you know, he'll be greatly disappointed knowing James, because he's put himself into a great position to do well today.
And I think we just saw an ace from Kyle Corsi up on 15, which if that is, that closes that gap to one stroke. We'll see as the scores update here, but Matt finished his off, and that's going to do it. James cannot catch up. So Cinderella story. Matt sneaks into the finals with the sudden death playoff, acing hole 1. He wins his first round match. It's going to be exciting.
Maybe a bit of experience showing there at the end. Just getting that year on the tour, and yeah, just an absolute nightmare to play in this format. I would hate to beat Carl and Cameron up against him in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely an lucky draw for whoever gets them. Talking about Riot, you know, you've talked about it. I think mini golfer talks about, you get that confidence going, and it just flows through you when you make your putts.
And just a final massive shout out to James there. Well fought. Got it to last hole, but just not enough. So no, commiserations. You know, we've still got one Brit left in it. Sevi is ahead at the moment against Lukash. So fingers crossed we can get someone into that last 8.
Yeah, this match now up on the upper right is our second one starting to finish up. Is Kyle. He's going to give back potentially a stroke here. We'll see what Cam does. I was going to say he had closed it to 1 stroke after his ace on 15, but potentially may have given one back here.
Oh, what a shot.
Nice shot by Jeremy, and having it there on hole 5.
Tricky link, second part, well executed.
Oh, and Cam can't get his to fall, so they both drop a shot there on hole 16. We've got 2 aceable holes coming up in that match, 17 and 18 coming up, so this one may come down to the wire. Again, I'm going to be a little bit of homer and pull from my countryman, Kyle. No offense, Cam.
One shot in it, all to play for. And yeah, just a few other matches out there. Looking through our tableau sheet, we've got a Scandi love-in with Eric from Sweden against Tom from Finland. Eric with the advantage at the moment there by 4 shots on hole 11, moving on to 12. What action can you see out there, Pat, at the moment?
Well, we've got Sevi, who's got a pretty comfortable lead right now, up on hole 11. Our best match, our tightest match right now, Daniel Velc, Jeremy Nabinet, they're all tied up after 5 holes. Like we said, we're about halfway through with Rick and Marco's match. He's got some work to do, down by 3 as they go into that 2-tier hole number 10, and watching Cameron clean up his 2 here. So do we have a potential opportunity for Kyle to sneak one in? If he can sneak an ace here and push even to go into 18, certainly be some drama. So I'll be watching that as we take a look at the other 2 matches on the screen here. Jeremy and Abinet is teeing off on hole 6, that long and windy snake hole where you're just trying to get it past that first rock, set yourself up for what is a long but relatively makeable second shot. Kyle's gonna run his just to, couldn't run on that hole. Thought it might curl back to the cup a little bit there, but he's gonna tap in. They're gonna go to 18. He'll be down 1 to Cam. So Kyle goes first on 18, which means he can certainly put the pressure on by dropping an ace here.
Another long second putt on the bottom right there. And who are we watching?
That is Jeremy and Abinet from the US making that putt.
Ah, brilliant. Is this hole 5 we're looking at? Hole 5, hole 6.
Hole 6. The snake
Hole
is hole
6.
6.
And Daniel let to tee off. Here it comes. Oh, it's just sat there. It's got a meaty second putt ahead of him. But again, this is kind of where you end up on this hole. If you just don't get past, then should know the line from here. We all know what he's like. Confident. Nice. And it's missed left and swings into the hole.
Uses the dish well there. Although I think most players probably go for the straight shot. As we watch Kyle on hole 18. Oh, he did that last time around too.
Yeah, again, you get the feeling that it's game over here. Cameron with his putt to come. All the pressure on, just see it home for 2 and just pray to the mini golf gods.
Yeah, and this is not an easy 2-putt too. We've seen a lot of people miss this putt over the tournament. You're kind of in no man's land there. It slides to the right. We've seen people overcompensate, push to the left. But Kyle gets it. Yeah. So now it's on Cam just to, you always wonder, and Mark, you sit in this position and you're like, okay, do I still go for my ace shot? Do I try to play it safe knowing that a 2 will win it? But then I feel like sometimes you play that and you screw it up because it's not your normal shot. How would you approach it?
I mean, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, this one's he's played it conservatively. He's played it short, and hopefully this is a routine roll-in, and it is, and that's the match. We have set up our all New Zealand quarterfinal. What a play, which means a guaranteed semi-finalist, continuing the strong tradition of New Zealand players playing in Europe at this level. Amazing stuff.
Well, I know the YouTube fandom will be happy. They were itching to watch Matt and Cam all morning, and we didn't have our cameras on them. the whole time, and now they will get to watch them both as they battle in the quarterfinal.
It's an interesting question, you know, talking about match play and sort of you're playing your opponent and you're making decisions. You know, yes, you have to play sort of the moment, as it were, more than the course in that situation. And I think you saw that there. You know, you're not going to leave it at the back, I think, for the two in that scenario. And Cameron played, you know, you just got to look at the end result. He got the result he wanted. He played the right shot. You've got to kind of work backwards from where you end up. But tactically, it's difficult changing game plan. But you know, some people are better at the tactical side than others.
Yeah, and it's a good point, because if you're playing that hole and you've always kind of been a more aggressive player, but you want that short shot, you know, you can easily screw that up if you're not somebody who can adjust well. As we watch Jeremy and Avident try to sneak it down to the hole, left his a little bit short on this very aceable hole 7. Looking at the other matches, so coming into hole 14, Eric and Tom. Eric's got 4 strokes up there. Sevi's got a 4-stroke lead on hole 13, which is what we are watching in the upper left of our coverage. After hole 12, Rick is down by 3 strokes to Marco. Our all check match is sitting on hole 10 right now. Mihal's still playing, so we'll see what that comes up, but really probably about a stroke difference there. Tommy and Patrick are playing hole 8 right now, about a stroke difference there as well. And all tied up are Daniel and Jeremy after hole 6 playing hole 7 here. So some good matches. We got those first 2 matches finished fairly quickly. We got a little separation here between those and the next group that are playing through.
That shot there from Lukasz through the bunker, you know, it hurts my soul when I see people having to play across obstacles and sort of bringing that luck element into it. But I guess needs must at some point. But, you know, there must be a line out there to avoid going through the bunker obstacles. You know, obviously it's all loose shingle. Your ball, especially if you're playing a higher bounce ball, it can deflect anywhere. I don't know. Doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, and you think, you know, as I was watching Jeremy kind of go through the bunker there on hole 8 as well, and actually he hit the cup at a great line at it and pretty decent position, and I think that sits up on a plateau there, and you wonder, you know, in a hole where your ace opportunities are very low anyways, and you're playing that aggressive line, like, is it any worse just to kind of swing it around the outside of the rock and maybe have a longer 2, and you got to play uphill? But yeah, I mean, and when we talked about it earlier in the coverage, you know, there's mini golf for everyone, right? Like, I mean, there's some folks who like a little bit of luck in their putting. There's other folks who like it a little bit more pure. I guess personally would rather have my luck in like an obstacle or something than trying to go through a rock bunker, because like you said, there's all sorts of physics that can happen when you're going through pebbles like that.
Don't want to get too scientific, Pat. It's only mini golf.
As we watch people pick very specific mini golf balls out for the bounce and temperature, and get a PhD in mini golf ball usage.
I think we're allowed to be hypocrites as well. It's a safe space. Sevi just knocking it in for 2 there as they move on. Some nifty camera work from our team on the ground.
Yeah, shout out to the production crew. They've done great this morning. There's been a lot of action. The coverage, trying to move through is not the easiest thing to do, and certainly not the PGA here, where we've got 36 cameras all set up to capture all the action going on. But we've certainly got a lot of it. Seen a lot of great shots.
Don't spoil the illusion, Pat. We're stacked in terms of our media coverage this week. So no, I jest. I think the levels of production that we're starting to see at these WMF branded events is quite incredible. And hopefully those of you watching are inspired to get out, pick up a putter and get involved, especially those in the Northern Hemisphere now that we approach summer. In some countries, it's slightly more questionable than others. But yeah, it's one of those opportunities to, bask in the talent of mini golf, but also get out there and try and fulfill those childhood dreams, perhaps.
Yeah, and we should plug here if you're interested in how do you get finals next year. WMFWagTour.com's got the list of all of the tournaments throughout Oceania, Europe, America. Bunch of tournaments coming up. We had our first one, the Polish Adventure Golf Masters, was earlier in the year, but 15 tournaments, I think, give or take, throughout the tour. So you've got an opportunity. If you win, you're in, and then it's ranking points from there on out as we watch Jeremy and Abbott use a little bit of body language to try to coax the ball to the right place, which I think he's got clearance, so he'll get his full relief. You're not exactly the place you want to be taking your second shot on hole 9, but I think all the players at some point or another have probably taken a shot from there at the very least in practice.
Definitely. If I was in that position as a left-hander, no problem. But he's got the stance issue with rock in the way. Let's see how he negotiates that.
I'm probably one of the few positions as a left-hander you have the benefit on. We always talk about so many mini golf courses are not to the benefit of left-handers, especially at the tee boxes.
I think that's a shout out to the course designers there. It's great to see the support as well. Those players that are not involved in these last 16, staying around, being part of the atmosphere, bringing that crowd, the oohs and the ahs based on how their teammates, their country folk are doing.
Yeah, and just the general support. I mean, obviously these competitors just got done with 5 rounds playing it, so they know the ins and outs of all these holes. They know where the trouble is. You watch Jeremy who hits that second putt, and anybody who's played it kind of knows, all right, well, I think it does this because I've done it. You saw Christian giving some advice and the fist bumps. Another great thing about mini golf, a lot of great camaraderie against the players. You're up against each other, but at the same time, you're supporting each other, which is always good to see.
I think that's where mini golf at this level, it definitely becomes a team game. People traveling from their clubs, from their home countries, working together in practice. It's it's quite a sight, and you see that wherever you go. Most nations, when they host their own opens or national tournaments at courses, mine, shout out to Strokes Adventure Golf in Margate, going down there, sitting in the sun, making a day of it with my friends, with my rivals. It's part of it, being outside and just, enjoying putting, but also using putting as a bit of an excuse to get out of the house.
Yeah, when you look at the weather here, sunny, warm, I mean, it is hard to be angry or sad or anything but joyous, no matter how you're putting, when you get an opportunity to play in weather like this. And like you said, hang out with friends. Now I say that, and I'm sure Jeremy's not all that joyous with his first putt there on hole 10, but let's see if he can clean it up. It's very hard to get it in that top hole in the first shot. And this is what happens when you leave that more than a couple inches away on that first hole.
Hanging it out there, just having a guess, and ultimately when you get those 50-50 decisions, does it go left to right or right to left? It's inevitably going to be the wrong call.
Yes. All right, looking at some of our match scores again, definitely some separation in the ones coming close to the end. Eric looks like he's going to be in a good position to move on. He's 4 strokes up with just 2 to play over Tom Alberg. Sevy's looking in a good position as we see him tee off here. I think that's on hole 17 that he's teeing off up in the upper left. Rick Baird's still got some work to do. He's down by 4 now with 4 holes left. The match of the day, one of the matches of the day, or actually the last 3 matches are really where we see Mihail and Yuri all tied. Tommy and Patrick just 1 stroke across between the 2 of them, and then Daniel and Jeremy We'll see what Daniel Velc does here on the top section of hole 10, but they were tied after the first 9.
It seems like a course where, you know, the first 9, oh, great putt there, straight in the hole.
That's gonna feel good.
And good rebound as well, finishing about just under a foot from the hole. So great result there from Daniel. But you know, you see the scores roll in. There isn't that one kind of killer hole that seems to be tripping everyone up at this stage. These players have negotiated the course over the last 2 days, and you know they've really found their feet. And now it's just about who can play that pressure putt, you know, when everyone's watching, when they know they need it to qualify for the next round. Talking of left-handers, we have one in the top left of the screen and safely negotiated. What match is that? We've got...
That was Lukasz.
Okay, so we got Lukasz and Sevi. So obviously that match now is terminal for Lukasz if Sevi can just see out that hole. And we've got a few matches now that are just about to end. We've got our Scandi battle and Eric there just finishing the match. Handshakes all round. So we have our first Swede through to the last 8. Our only Swede.
Our only Swede.
Yeah, which is quite something. Bear in mind we have our World Adventure Golf Masters event there coming up in a few months' time. Yeah, just solid player.
Yeah, the Finns were the Scandinavians, and they had 3 in, and right now they're sitting on 2 of the 3. Look to be all right. Tom took that loss to Eric, and we'll see. Oh, maybe we'll see Sevi putt. We're seeing some pretty nice stonework right now. Down on lane 11 in the bottom right, with Daniel hitting that top shot on hole 10 and Jeremy having to take a couple of cracks at it. He took the lead in that match by a couple strokes now, so a little bit of work for my countrymen here. It might be don't want to be blanked in the first round, but definitely a possibility.
I take back everything I said about US players.
Yeah, I think it's like everything else, right? We got to put in the experience, although I know Rick and Jeremy have got some international caps underneath them, but it's, you know, it's a lot different for us in terms of style play, distance, travel, time, all that sort of stuff. And you know, the more we do it, the better we'll get at it. And
the less excuses you'll have.
That's right. It'll just come down to blaming, you know, all the normal stuff, the course, the putter, the ball, everything a good mini golfer will blame during a round.
Certainly not the weather.
And no, not today, that's for sure.
Sebi's tee shot up the hill. Oh, a little bit of work in that, but played conservatively to see out the win, he says. Yes, yep. There it is. So we have one of the 2 Brits through to last 8, and that is a matchup against Eirik from Sweden. Well played there. Sevi really finding some form this morning. I saw him rising up the leaderboard, and yeah, the draw's been kind, and he's done the job. Looking good. So all I can say is go GBR.
Yeah, you know, obviously we've talked about he's got some pedigree on this course as well, knows it. They're going to be that match. I mean, they're going to be up against a hot New Zealander one way or another. So
no, there's some real pedigree in this last 8 now emerging. It's fantastic to see the, you know, there's some names that are familiar to these events, but yeah, again, it comes down to one hole here, one hole there. Very close matchup so far. Yeah, it's looking like a great afternoon's mini golf. So we see Daniel's second putt. And it's the dreaded lip out.
It's going to give Jeremy a little bit of life now. That closes that gap to, I guess it's still two strokes.
Shot. Yeah, 2-shot gap, but still plenty to play through 12. And well, as you can see, everyone is capable of a brain fart standing over a second putt, or perhaps just, a little bit of nerves, maybe a little bit of detachment from your hands, a bit spaced out in the heat. Got to hydrate, got to play through the nerves, and obviously, find the bottom of that cup. And on this occasion, on that second putt, it escaped him.
And it can be so tough, like you mentioned. The score is wiped clean going into the next round. You're sitting there, you probably know you got a couple stroke lead. Your concentration breaks for 1 second. You see what happens.
Lovely kick off the rock there towards the hole. Skirting round the bunker, not going through it. I approve.
He cleans that up in every hole now. You put pressure and pressure, right? Nice, easy 2. Now Jeremy's got to match that or risk falling further behind.
Oh, showing his intentions here.
Yeah.
A little bit of course maintenance.
Which we mentioned, I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. For viewers unfamiliar here, the players do have the opportunity to kind of, manipulate, pat down, flatten out those rock bunkers prior to their tee off. They can't do it after that. So saw Jeremy, certainly telegraphing how he's hoping to play this hole and trying to get as much flat surface from those pebbles as he can.
Or it could be the double bluff. There it goes. Clean through, but unfortunately just kicked slightly left. Good weight shot though.
Yeah. Hopefully shouldn't be too much problems there. We got another match coming up on 18, and unfortunately it looks like Mr. Perfect, Rick Baird, had a rough round out there and is going to get knocked off by Marco and put a fin into the quarter. I stand corrected looking at a comment from Vanette. Apparently we've never played this format in the US. So yeah, a little bit of inexperience when it comes to this type of knockout round, which simply means I look at it and go, well, I got to talk with Tom and figure out how we get an AMA tournament that has this style in there so that we can start building up some experience.
I think it's good. We should, everyone should look at different formats. It's all mini golf, so it really does help. The variety helps you think differently. Also brings new players into the game. These types of formats are really good for players that maybe don't have the big game experience, stroke play, low scores that some of the top players have. So no, I thoroughly encourage people to explore these styles of mini golf and try and incorporate them where possible. And having said that, that's my lot for this short period. So I will hand over to Pat. Pleasure as always. Enjoy your mini golf, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mark. All right, and as we said, we'll watch some of the final here. Just take a quick break for a little bit of water, and I will be back in a minute to close out this opening round of the knockout matches. All right, we are back following the match of Daniel Velc and Jeremy Nabinet on hole 14. Jeremy's tee shot here, which hopefully he'll be able to clean up. He's sitting 2 down to Daniel at this point, and as expected, Marco closed out his round and currently for the knockout round has the lowest score, a good 35. So even kind of a normal round by Rick, that would have been a tough score to beat. Got 3 more matches here in this opening of the knockout rounds here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Final, the Family Golf Park in Vila Moura, Portugal. If you're just joining us, this is, like I said, the final, the first round of the knockouts, the top 16 played. We had 5 rounds of qualifying over the past 2 days. It was 4 yesterday and 1 this morning. To get to that top 16, they play knockout stroke play matches to get to the champion. A couple storylines coming here. I think probably the biggest one is last year's runner-up Matt Ansley snuck into the top 16 by winning sudden death playoff on the first hole with an ace, and he has gone and kept up that momentum, knocking off the number 1 seed James Rutherford in this first round of the knockout rounds, and he will be up against countryman Cam Cooper going into the quarterfinals. And we've got 3 matches wrapping themselves up. We can see Tommy Lanta and Patrick Reiner just coming off. That was hole 15 there. I'm moving on to what should be hole 16. That match is pretty close there as well. Our next match getting near the end is our Czech Republic matchup of Michal Riha and Yuri Rimpler. We'll be on hole 17 as we watch Daniel Velc take his shot on hole 15 here. Just scurrying it past the cup. And he cleans it up for a 2. Continuing to put pressure on Jeremy. We talked about every hole that goes by. More difficult to catch up, but the match of the final 3 is sitting right in front of them on hole 16. Tommy Lanta and Patrick Reiner. Tommy from Finland, Patrick from Austria. They are all tied up at the 15th hole. So we should see some interesting action as they try to finish up here. But Jeremy hoping to be the only one from the U.S. to sneak into the quarterfinals. And we're going to see if he can pick up an ace here, maybe get some pressure. And Jeremy's body language says it all. Trying to do everything he can with his body to make the ball go in, but unfortunately just kind of hits the rim of the cup. He finishes that up. They have the very difficult hole 16 coming up ahead of them, so we'll see if this changes up the scores at all. So we get a little bonus action. Patrick looking to finish up his shot on hole 16. Assuming that's his second shot, but couldn't tell. For where we were with the camera, we'll see what the scores come in here as well. Watch Tommy Lanta from Finland trying to put another Finn in the quarterfinals here. It's a good bounce. Ooh, maybe a little bit too much speed as he went past the cup, so that's going to be a difficult second shot here for him. But these players, having played multiple rounds here, a lot of practice, I'm sure. As Tommy, as I'm sure, is looking at his notes here, has got this charted or something fairly close to it. Give him some confidence on this putt. But with only a couple holes left, every putt's going to matter at this point. Oh, and we see it's just stays to the right. So difficult putt there, certainly. And also for Patrick, it looked like that was not the second shot. So looks like they will stay tied going into the 17th hole. We wait for our next group to line up here. Again, I'm sitting here about 5 hours away from them in the East Coast of the United States, whereas just past 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and it's Mother's Day here in the States. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there watching us, our compatriots here. Jeremy and Abinet from the U.S. tee off on lane 16, trying to figure out a way to pick up a couple of strokes. And Daniel Velcek, it's probably not exactly where Jeremy wanted to leave it, but yeah, he's checking his notes there, back from the sidewalk. So as we watch Jeremy line it up, Yuri Rimpler makes it in Czech Republic. So right now with 2 matches left, the only country that's got 2 players in the quarterfinal is New Zealand, and they'll be playing against each other. So we've got the Kiwis, Swedes, Brit, Finns, and the Czech Republic all represented so far. Good distribution. The Kiwis, as Mark had said, put in a lot of effort to this, and they came the furthest. So getting their money's worth out of their trip here to the finals. Oh no, and Jeremy just pushes it to the left. Disappointment here, and this door may be even more open with just 2 holes left. He knows it. Daniel Velcek knocks in his 2 there. So a lot of work left for Jeremy to try to catch up here. A couple ace opportunities. We'll see what can happen. As we see lane 17 over here, we've got a bit of a crowd up on the kind of Roman Coliseum there. Good vantage point to watch some mini golf from. Get a little bit of overhead view. You can watch lane 16, 17, and then behind him 18 to the clubhouse pretty easily. As Mark had said before, it's always good to see the other competitors watching. We're coming to the end here of these opening knockout rounds. Tight one here. Oh, and Patrick, it's the scores update. We didn't get to see it on camera, but dropped a shot here. So he's now sitting 1 behind Tatami going into hole 18. Really, Daniel Velcek here with a good chance to kind of more or less seal the deal on hole 17 here. Oh, and leaves it, oh, maybe 3 inches to the right there. Great shot. That's probably going to be the last nail in Jeremy's coffin. And unfortunately, while the U.S. put 3 players into the knockout rounds this year, which was 3 more than we had last year, it looks like we're not going to get much further, but incremental improvements for my compatriots wearing the red, white, and blue today. And we're going to see some good mini golf here to close this out. Jeremy's putt. It's going to be a little bit shorter than I'm sure he would have wanted it. Well, probably a lot bit shorter because I'm sure he wanted it in the bottom of the cup to give himself a chance going into 18. But so that's probably going to be more or less it as we go into the final hole here. We've got the last two matches wrapping up before we move on to the quarterfinals. We walk over to 18, go past Dave Vida, who's normally one of your voices here as we go through the tour year. He's been helping Andrew out on the commentary. So we've brought a lot of live action from the past year's worth of Adventure Golf Tour stops that have led up to this final. We're going to have a lot of live action going through 2025 as well. I'm looking forward to the tournament we hold here in Connecticut in September, where I get to be the tournament director at the World Event at the Matterhorn International Pro-Am, which for the third year will be a stop on the World Adventure Golf Tour. So come out and play in Connecticut, win and you're in the finals. We watched Jeremy, who's played that tournament a couple years now, leave his first shot a little bit short on hole 18, although I guess it's probably doesn't matter a whole lot here. And so he's still going to take his time with everything, make sure he knocks it in to finish it up. But Daniel Velc is very likely going to be the winner of this match as everybody else comes in. So a couple Swedes. Let's try that again. Couple New Zealanders up top will be playing each other. Matt Ansley, Cam Cooper. Eric Harson from Sweden will be playing Sevi Kukielka from Great Britain. Marco Nuotio from Finland. Yuri Rimpler from the Czech Republic. Tommy Lanta from Finland will presumably be up against Daniel Velc here from the Czech Republic. And we'll see how he closes out this round. Love bringing you this live commentary, but as I sit and look at the little cafe overlooking hole 18, wouldn't be a bad place to be right now either. As Daniel runs it back up, really good safe shot here. And this should be it for last putt of the opening knockout rounds. And that is it. And we'll have a little break here as folks get ready to move on to the quarterfinals. So if you're watching live on Facebook and YouTube here, don't worry. We're getting our cameras reset up here for the quarterfinals matchups. Get everybody in position, get some stuff going. We're bringing up the scores here so you can see the top 8 now who have moved on to their quarterfinal matches. Just a couple matches away from the finals. You've won 1. Can you win 3 more to become the World Adventure Golf Tour champion? And once again, if you're hanging out with us on Facebook and YouTube, we're just getting these quarterfinal matches set up, cameras in place, and get ready to go. But you can see where the first rounds came out. Pretty interesting distribution of scores and distribution of nationalities as we go into the finals as well. So a couple folks from the Czech Republic and Finland and New Zealand represented, and Great Britain and Sweden sneaking in there as well. Once again, if you're following along, we got the quarterfinals coming up in about 5 minutes here. So stick with us. Go get some coffee, pastry, beer, depending on where you are in the world, non-alcoholic beverage if that's your thing, because we want to settle in. We've got 3 more rounds of great knockout action coming up here at the World Adventure Golf Tour Final.
Any second now will be the start of the quarterfinals. We will be following all 4 groups around the course, starting with both from New Zealand, Matt Ansley and Cameron Cooper. So practice shots to start. So we know at least one player from New Zealand will be through to the semi-finals. The question is, will it be Matt Ansley or Cameron Cooper? It's time to find out. It's the start of the quarterfinals here. WMF World Adventure Golf Tour Final, the 2024-2025 season. First to start, the player with the best seeding, Cameron Cooper. Cameron Cooper with an ace there to start.
Great way to put the pressure on right from the beginning. Let's see if Matt can match. Just tails away at the end there. So Cam getting off to a quick 1-stroke lead here as they start their match, and we start to follow along going into the longer lane 2 over the bridge. So as we go through these knockout rounds, you'll see that the players, instead of playing honors, will alternate tee shots, odds and even holes. Here as we watch Matt now tee off first on hole 2. He's going to get it down up. No, not quite up on that plateau. I thought it was going to get it up there, but it just kind of rode that ridge. Now he's got a more difficult shot from down below. We'll see our next group about to tee off. They will be in the bottom left here. Lisevi Kukielka versus Eric Helmerson. Tough position for Matt here. He can't clean up that 2, so another opportunity here for Cam to put some pressure on and open up another stroke here in these opening rounds of their match. The practice shots are done on hole 1. This matchup between Sevi and Eric. Sevi will tee off first. Meanwhile, Cam, it's like a mirror image of what Matt did. Didn't quite get up that little hill and rolled its way all the way down. And we'll see, a Sevi, massive in and out, had a little bit of pace going down lane 1 and just lipped out of the cup. But Cam can't quite get his in position either. So doesn't drop another shot there. They both take 3s on hole 2. Sevi cleans up his shot. Wait for Eric to go, and Matt and Cam move on to hole 3. You can see Marco and Yuri getting ready for the next match. That's going to go off on hole 1, the third of 4, and then we'll have Tommy and Daniel.
So we have Eric Harson and Sevi Kukielka starting now. That's in the bottom left of your screen. See, Sevi started off with a 2. Eric starts off with an ace. So it's first blood to the Swedish player Eric Harson, winner of the City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024. Meanwhile, Cameron Cooper with a 1-stroke lead on lane 3 now.
Oh no, he's in the bunker up there, and so taking back to the tee.
It looks like, unless he can ace it now, he's given his 1-stroke lead back to his fellow countryman, Matt. Definitely a serious atmosphere between them in the clubhouse. Both of them, of course, happy that a New Zealand player will be in the semi-final, but both of them wanting to be that player as well. Okay, Cameron Cooper now seeing if he can capitalise on that bunker shot. Sorry, Matt Ansley now seeing if he can capitalise on Cameron Cooper's bunker shot as Eric Harson comes up lane 2. That looks good from Matt. That looks pretty much perfect from Matt. On lane 3, Eric Harson on lane 2. As we just get ready to send off our third group, Marco Noitio and Yuri Rimpler. See someone sat down there in the top left of the screen with a blue shirt on. Interesting looking fellow.
A little behind the scenes production studio setup there.
And Sevi Kukielka at the bottom left now trying to make back that 1-stroke on lane 2. Needs to get up the ridge. He's up. Lips out for Sevi Kukielka. Meanwhile, Matt Ansley, Cameron Cooper, expect lane 4.
Good run by Matt there on lane 4. So hopefully he can clean this up a little bit. We've got Sevi teeing off on hole 3. We saw Cam get into trouble a little bit earlier. Ooh, Sevi playing with fire a little bit there on that bunker as it just rode the ridge.
Good to though for Sevi. Good shot there for Yuri Rimpler. Start off lane 1. Got 2 Czechs currently still in the competition. Obviously 2 people from New Zealand, Sweden, and 2 people from Finland.
Cam cleaned up his shot here as we watch Marco on lane 1 match the ace. All right, so that's going to be a good, strong match there. So they start off both with aces. We watch Eric try to clean up his shot here very easily on hole 3. Oh, in trouble there for Cam. He ended up in the rock bunker on hole number 5. Not obviously the place you want to be, but slid it past a little too long. As we've shown in videos, that ball will just slide once you get past the cup. So potential drop shot here, especially because it's very hard to ace this lane. And then it'll be up to see what Matt can do if he can take advantage of that.
Yeah, more difficult lane than it looks probably from this camera angle. Lane 5, it's steep uphill. So it's difficult to judge a pace on it.
And that putt that Cam just had was not an easy one either, but he makes that. 4 is 3. So we watch Marco clean up his shot on hole 2. Got Eric on lane 4, who's down back against the sidewalk, putting that out for deuce. Oh, and Matt, by mere inches, stays out of the bunker on hole 5. So that'll give him an opportunity to pick up a stroke, but it's still not an easy putt from back there.
Not an easy opportunity, no. No relief given from the edge of that bunker.
Yeah, so you got to be very cognizant on your backswing there with those rocks.
Yeah, 100%. The rocks and the ridge. You don't want to hit the ridge on your backswing. Of course, giving a 20 centimeter relief would be an advantage, and you don't give out advantages for players when they're close to the bunker. But well handled from Matt Ansley.
Yeah, while that was going down, it looked like Sevi dropped an ace on hole 4.
Yep, that brings him back to even with Eric Harson, both on 1 under for the round. Matt leading Cameron Cooper by 1 after 5 lanes. Marco Noitio, Rimpler, as he said, both got an ace there, so they're tied after 2 lanes. Rimpler now on lane 3, trying to get up the ridge. And he's up.
While
Tommy
on
Lancer
lane
now.
1.
Lane
Yep,
1.
Tommy trying to match the ace of Daniel Velc, and he can't. So now we're off split screen action. All 4 of the quarterfinal matches going on at the same time. In the upper right, it's Matt Ansley and Cam Cooper. Upper left, we've got Marco Noitio and Yuri Rimpler. And the bottom right is Tommy Lanta, Daniel Velc, and the bottom left is Eric Helmerson and Sevi Kukielka. We've got a link to the scores up that you can follow. So let's settle in for 18 holes of action.
That was well played from Sevi Kukielka on lane 5 there, avoiding the danger, setting himself up very nicely for a 2. Cameron Cooper comes down lane 6. That's where you want to be. Setting yourself up in a position to catch a dish around a hole. Eric Harmison, meanwhile, lane 5. Again, matching Sevi Kukielka. That is pretty much as good a tee shot as you can play on lane 5.
Cam cleans up his shot on lane 6. We got Tommy Lanta on lane 2 here, gets his deuce.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great ace, great celebration from Marco Noitio there on lane 4.
It's a really great lane to get an ace on, especially in this format. It's you don't got a lot of control of that ball once it comes down the ridge there. So giving yourself a little advantage on a hole that not everybody's going to get.
So we'll see what Yuri Rimpler can do now. Lane 4. It looks like it's a bit too close to the rocks. The bricks there to go in.
Meanwhile, Cam
though,
Cooper, ace on 7.
Yeah, very nicely done. Not easy to ace at all. Technical shot, lane 7. Of course, the bounce off the first rock, going down the channel and then trickling down the hill. Not at all easy to do. We'll see what Matt Ansley can do on lane 7 now. He'll need an ace here to stay tied, will Matt Ansley. Oh, it was a close attempt, I'll tell you that, from Matt. Pace was perfect there. Usually it's a... Yeah.
Meanwhile, down the bottom, Eric cleans up his long second shot, which is pretty much where everybody's been hitting. From that lane there on the long snake, and we watched Daniel Velc take his shot as well down off the plateau and get his 2 there as well. So some good putts happening.
For his round so far. Sevi Kukielka sets himself nicely up on lane 6 as Yuri Rimpler comes up lane 5. It's good from Yuri Rimpler. Now can Sevi find a dish in the bottom left? Of course he can. He didn't need the dish. Straight into the hole.
Meanwhile, Tommy Lanta, really beautiful.
Really nice. Really nice there from Tommy Lanta.
Very hard to play that hole any better than that.
Yeah, he will stay though, 1 stroke behind for now, but early days in his group. Well, that's a really nice camera shot there for you, Rimpler. On lane 5. Okay, Matt Ansley now, the first real dangerous hole, dangerous lane of the round, lane 8. Got to miss the first bunker, miss the second bunker, miss both the bunkers. Could be in trouble. Good shot from Marco Noitio on 5.
It looks like Mac got hung up in the bunker. He is taking his ball back to the tee.
Yeah. Dangerous lane, this one. Even if you get through that first bunker or past that first bunker, you can still end up in the second. So Matt's second attempt now on lane 8.
I think it might have gone out of bounds the way.
Well, yeah, Pasiejo's giving a ruling here because it depends on where the ball goes out of bounds as to whether you're allowed 20 centimetres relief or whether you have to go back to the tee. Good that we had Passy there to give the correct ruling. So it looks like that is allowed the 20 centimetres relief here, which will certainly work in his favour. But that will be a free, and he will go 1 more stroke behind Cameron Cooper. Depending, of course, on what Cameron Cooper does here. So my apologies, he's just 1 stroke behind Cameron Cooper at the moment. Cameron Cooper, though, still with this lane to play. So 2 here for Cameron Cooper will give him a 1 stroke There is a two-stroke lead. Oh, get me, my maths. It's a two-stroke lead. Cameron gets a
It-
2 here. Have a two-stroke lead. There we go.
Yeah.
That's correct.
It's hard when all the numbers are updating. You're trying to watch 4 screens at the same time. But looks like some trouble here on lane 7.
Eric
Eric got-
Harmison needing an escape on lane 7 in the bottom left. Wow.
Oh, what a save.
A great escape right there to stay level with Sevi Kukielka after 7 lanes. As Daniel Velcek, who currently has a 1-stroke lead, now steps up to lane number 5. Kevin Cooper, I believe, yep, playing lane 9 now with a 2-stroke lead. He's past the bunker, past the rock. It's a perfect shot from Cameron Cooper on lane 9. Daniel Velcek a little bit long on lane 5, so tricky second shot from Daniel, but he sinks it. I was just about to say, in classic Daniel Velcek style, he didn't really take much time over it at all. Not one to think terribly long about his shot, Daniel Velcek.
No, I would say a lot of these players we have in the quarterfinal
Yes.
here are very much step up and hit type players.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We're only 20 minutes into the quarterfinal, and the group of New Zealand players are already halfway through the course. Matt Ansley now, desperate not to make any mistakes in the top right on lane 9. Tommy Lanta, a bit soft on lane 5. You, Rimpler, coming down lane 7. Good first stroke for Matt Ansley on lane 9. Good 2 for Tommy Lanta on lane 5. He'll stay 1 stroke behind Daniel Velcek. Good 2 for Matt Ansley and you, Rimpler, on their respective lanes. That's a great tee shot there on lane 8 for Eric Harmison.
You've got through clean, stayed up on the ridge there. Ooh.
Marco Noitio fading
trouble.
to get down the hill. Yep. Oh, and another great
Oh.
escape.
Scandinavian escape artists here on hole 7.
Yeah. Okay, Matt Ansley now on the difficult pipe hole, lane 10. If he can enter this pipe entrance here, this could turn his lane, his round back in his favour, but he can't. It's such a small hole.
Eric gets through hole 8 unscathed. Sevi will tee up his shot as we watch Tommy. Oh, left
That's a bad
is a
miss
little.
for Tommy.
Yeah.
Right, Sevi now onto the dangerous lane 8.
Well, you didn't see a whole lot of danger there. About a perfect
No.
shot.
No, absolutely not. Right, Cameron Cooper could really pull into the lead now if he's able to find the pipe entrance on lane 10. Soft. Good line, but soft. Daniel Velcek in a good position, prime position here on lane 6 to get that dish around the hole. Nicely done for Daniel Velcek. So far, in terms of scores, Cameron Cooper with a 2-stroke lead over Matt Ansley. Eric Harmison and Sevi Kukielka deadlocked after 8 lanes, both are 1 under. Yuri Rimpler trailing by 1 stroke. Marco Noitio after 7 lanes. And Daniel Velc 2 strokes ahead over Tommy Lanta after 6 lanes, as Tommy Lanta just dropped a shot on lane 6. But everything can change in the back 9 for these players. You Rimpler next to attempt the dangerous lane 8. Eric Harmison on lane 9 needs a 2 to stay tied with Sevi. Eric Harmison now lane 9. Perfect. Good for you. Rimpler as well on lane 8. Cameron Cooper now. Lane 11. Not bad. Pretty much exactly what he needs to do at the moment with 2-stroke lead.
Daniel Velchik also having a pretty decent tee shot on lane 7 there that he'll clean up. Yuri picks up his 2 on lane 8 as well. Matt Ansley on lane 11, just slide it by a little bit as well. Same thing with Tommy Lanta sitting on lane 7. They'll both be trying to just knock in their 2s there as we watch Eric Helmerson try to navigate this tricky top part of hole 12, or sorry, lane 10.
And it's definitely a chance for one of these players to start to put ahead if they can find the entrance to the pipe.
Oh, so close.
Millimeters away from Eric.
No, bit of a lip out there for Yuri up on hole 9. Just going to change that up a little bit for them, depending on what Marco can do here. Sevi teeing off on hole 10. Ooh. Similar to Eric, lips out on that very small upper hole. We've got Matt Ansley. Hole 12, backdoor shot. Doesn't quite come all the way back to the cup. And we've got, oh, did that go? Yes, Marco's in the bunker. So likely not able to capitalize on the drop shot that Yuri had here on hole 9. We should keep them pretty close together. We'll see how the scores come out here. Cam Cooper also up on hole 12, trying to encourage the ball to move a little bit more, but same, couldn't quite get back to the cup off of that rebound. We've got Sevi and Eric going to hole 11, all tied up as well. Marco and Yuri going to hole 10, all tied up. Some very close matches in the middle of this round here. we see how Matt and Cam attempt to navigate hole 13 up in the upper right. Looks like Marco got his first shot on the 2-tier hole 10, which if that's the case, certainly a good advantage. Knocking that 2 down below. Cam Cooper here on hole 13, while Daniel Velc tees off on 9, and Eric Harmison tees off on hole 11, just skirting past the edge of the cup there.
Daniel Velc very nicely through on lane 9. Pretty much a perfect shot. Looks locked in at the moment. Going to be hard for Tommy Lanta to find those 2 strokes. That's what it's looking for. Although lane 10 presents a definite opportunity. Matt Ansley hitting a crack there, but not too bad.
Let's see what Sevi can do on hole 10 up here after watching Marco knock his down for a 2. And Sevi gets a, oh no, that's not Sevi. Sorry. Yuri. It's a drop there. Too many red shirts.
Yeah, not much change in the scores. He's still got Cameron Cooper ahead by 2 strokes. Eric and Sebi remain tied. Marco and Yuri are tied, and Daniel Velc with a 2-stroke lead.
Tommy and Daniel, the last group in this quarterfinal to come up and play this 2-tiered hole. We'll see if that changes the scores around any. As got the upper right tee off here.
Close, not quite.
Oof.
And he needs those aces. Needs to find them pretty soon. Matt Ansley there on lane 14. Still have 2 groups absolutely tied. That's Eric and Sevi both tied after 11. Marco and Yuri both tied after 10. Daniel still with that 2-stroke lead, but Tommy Lanta in the bottom right now has a chance to at least get one of those strokes back if he can find the pipe entrance. Sevi Kukielka now. Oh. A centimetre away from the ace for Sevi Kukielka. He'll remain tied with Eric Harmison after 12 lanes. Tommy Lanta
drops it.
Could change his fortunes. Drops it into the pipe hole. How's his luck? Oh my goodness, it's an ace.
Oh, that can, wow.
That could be a 2-stroke swing right there, and that's exactly what Tommy Lanta needs. Tommy Lanta with an ace on lane 10. First of all, you need to have an exceptional amount of skill to find the entrance to the pipe. After that, you need to have an exceptional amount of luck to get the ace. Tommy Lanta had both.
We saw Marco Novtio take an ace on hole 11 as we were talking about aces here, and Daniel Velc's going to see what he can do to damage control here after watching that ace on hole 10.
So he has a 2-stroke lead at the moment. He'll need an ace to keep it. He's not in the pipe.
Let's see if he gets lucky here.
This could be his 2-stroke lead given away. I haven't seen the ball exit the pipe.
Yeah, I couldn't tell where it... Oh, it went way over there.
Okay, so Daniel Velc, if he gets this, he has a 3, and he's tied with Tommy Lanta. If he misses it, it's a three-stroke swing in one lane. Matt Ansley on lane 13, time running out for him. 15, sorry. But that's an ace. That's one stroke back for Matt Ansley as Daniel Velcek sinks the free. Daniel Velcek now tied with Tommy Lanta.
It's a huge ace by Matt there to close that gap going into
Yeah.
the final few holes, and especially with 16 coming up, another one of those beast holes where you can get into trouble.
Eric Harmison now on 13, bottom left. Marco Noitio misses on lane 12. Now, after lane 8, the Kiwis find themselves on the next dangerous lane on this course. This could be make or break for both Matt Ansley and Cameron Cooper. On the top right there on lane 16. As Daniel Velcek comes down lane 11. Does he have enough? Not quite.
But Yuri Rimpler had enough on lane 12, sinking the ace there.
Yep, capitalising on the miss there from Marco Noitio. Puts him in a good position. Matt Ansley safely past the bunker on lane 16, but tricky second putt. After this, the semi-finals, almost certainly they'll go out one at a time because we have enough time today. So after this, we'll be following just a single group with multiple cameras. They'll have a referee with a timer with them. For that, though, we need to find out who's going to be in those semi-finals. Tommy Lanta, an ace to go in the lead, but he hasn't got enough. Cameron Cooper now top right, dangerous lane. 16, he's past the bunker. Eric Harmison, a good shot there, good two. Sevi Kukielka will be next. Both of these players have been deadlocked, I think, for almost the last 10 lanes. Close from Sevi Kukielka.
Yeah, stay deadlocked some more. No, these matches, every one of them now is going to have some high drama in the last few holes here.
So Cameron Cooper with a one-stroke lead on lane 17. An ace here would put him in a very, very good position coming up to lane 18.
Great tee shot on 15 by Marco.
Looks good.
Leave him.
That could be it for Cameron Cooper. That puts him 2 strokes ahead. Matt Ansley still with 17 to play. Matt Ansley now really, really desperately needs an ace here on 17. Tommy Lanta, meanwhile, scrapes past the hole as Sevi Kukielka plays in the bottom left. Oh, that's a poor shot from Sevi Kukielka. That's the first big mistake of the round for both of those players. This could be a decisive lane right now. We'll see what Sevi Kukielka is able to do. Matt Ansley not able to find the ace on 17. So, really critical shot here on 15 for Sevi Kukielka. They've been tied for about the last 10 lanes, but a poor tee shot from Sevi. It's given him this tricky second putt. Sevi will drop a shot on lane 15, opening the door potentially. Marco Noitio, Daniel Velcek and Tommy Lanta remain tied. So with a 2-stroke gap now between the New Zealand players, they head to lane 18. Ansley needs his ace. Carlson taking his time. Ansley has not found the ace on lane 18. And I think he knows that's probably him out of the tournament for now. With world number 1 Cameron Cooper going through.
While Eric leaves himself a good shot, Matt cleans his up. But yeah, you're right, Andrew. I think that's probably going to be game, set, and match here as Cameron finishes up lane 18.
Yeah, he just needs a 3 to advance, Cameron Cooper. Still, I mean, that's not diminish how nervous it is. You've got a big slope uphill, a bunker at the back. It's a dangerous lane. He's up the hill nicely. And that should be it.
Yeah, that's pretty much where you want it for an easy way to close out a match.
Cameron Cooper will advance to the semi-finals, knocking out fellow countryman Matt Ansley.
All right, we're on to hole 13 on the bottom right. Tommy Lanta telegraphing a bit his play, checking out the bunker. He can get a 2 here. He'll stay even with Daniel Velcek. Which he leaves himself in a good position to do. Got Marco up on the upper left taking his tee shot on hole 15. Cleans up his 2 there. Well, Tommy gets his 2, and we've got Eric on hole 16, having navigated those bunkers and things, looking to clean up his final shot here. Sevi Kukielka on hole 16, trying to navigate his way through all the various different things he needs to, and it looks like he set himself up pretty decently for 2 here. Tommy Lanta about to take his shot on hole 14. Maybe get a lucky, find an ace here, start to make some separation, but he's currently tied with Daniel Velcek.
There we have Marco Noitio now. 16.
Probably not the bounce
still.
Tommy wanted.
No. Eric Harmison with that 1-stroke lead coming on to 17. Both players could ace it. 17 and 18, both ace opportunities. Not much danger on 17, there is on 18. Right, Sevi Kukielka looking for the ace here to keep his dreams alive. Tommy Lanta with tricky second putt, who's currently tied with Daniel Velcek. Rimpler on 16. Great 2 from Tommy Lanta. Sevi Kukielka coming down 17, didn't have enough. Rimpler somehow manages to stay on the lane.
Thought that ball was coming at the camera the way it clipped the bunker there.
Yeah. He got lucky there to stay in the lane. Daniel Velcek now on lane 14. Good attempt from Daniel. Eric Harmerson now in a similar position to Cameron Cooper. If he can ace this, it really gives him a lot of power going into lane 18 against Seviku Kielka. Similar shot to Sevi, not quite. So on to lane 18 with Eric Harmerson having a one-stroke lead over Seviku Kielka. You, Rimpler, currently leading with one stroke as they get to lane 17. That's one stroke over Marco Neutio. And Tommy Lanta and Daniel Velc are tied with 4 lanes to go. Daniel Velc first on 15. This is where Seviku Kielka had his error earlier. The bottom left is Eric Harmerson first. On 18, an ace for Eric. Put this to bed. Eric Harmerson to go forward to the semi-finals needs just an ace on lane 18. It's pacey, but it is not AC. Eric Harmerson at the back of 18 needs to make it, otherwise he opens up the door for Seviku Kielka.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again, that is not an easy shot from back there.
No. Milanta next on 15, meanwhile. Rimpler finishing 17. Eric Harmerson does it, which means it's an ace or bust for Seviku Kielka on lane 17. It's Marco Neutio trailing by one stroke, looking for an ace on 17. But this is it for Seviku Kielka. An ace here, he has a chance. Anything but an ace, he's out. Seviku Kielka is out of the tournament. Eric Harmerson will proceed to the semi-final to play Cameron Cooper.
We're gonna potentially have a similar situation here with Marco and Yuri as they come to 18. Yuri up by one stroke. Tommy cleans up hole 15. They remain tied going into the last 3 holes. Marco up first on 18. Really needs an ace here to put the pressure on Yuri. Hits up and slides by. So almost all the way back. Again, we've seen this putt a few different times in the past couple minutes here. The 2 from Yuri Rimpler will move him into the semifinals as we watch Tommy Lanta navigate hole 16, as we've talked about, extremely tricky hole. It gets through, now has a shot for 2. Maybe not quite as close to the hole as Yuri would have liked. You can see there's a little bit of that. This camera does it a little bit better to show some of the undulations and kind of creaks and stuff around there, but let's see if he can get it.
The list to advance, otherwise they go to lane 1.
And he sinks it. Great job.
Yuri Rimpler will go through to the semis.
Meanwhile, Tommy Lanta just pulled his second shot. So he's going to drop a shot here, and we'll see what Daniel Velc can do to potentially capitalize it as we watch all of the Czech players in the upper left congratulate Yuri. Beautiful tee shot by Daniel Velc. So have we seen with almost all of these matches coming into the final 2 holes here, there's a 1-stroke difference. Daniel Velc 1 stroke up on Tommy Lanta as it comes to the final 2 holes. Both present ace opportunities. 17 a little less trouble that you can get into than 18, but we'll see how these competitors can finish out this final matchup of the quarterfinals of the World Adventure Golf Tour Finals. Daniel gets his 2. We talked about no notes, no hesitation, knew exactly where that was going to go in. Now can Tommy capitalize a little bit on this and try to get an ace on hole 17, lane 17? You can tell my American has been coming through. Tried really hard to call him lanes all morning.
Tommy Lanta surely looking for the ace here to tie it up with Daniel Velc. All 4 of our quarterfinal rounds. Sorry. Yes, all 4 of our quarterfinal rounds incredibly close. Coming down to the final few lanes. Not one has gone to playoff yet. Daniel Velc will remain 1 stroke in the lead approaching lane 18. Now, important clarification about the playoffs. From the semi-final onwards, so not this round, but the next round, all playoffs will happen here on lane 18. Players will play lane 18 until one player scores a better score than the other player. Gives the opportunity for the audience to watch on the steps here and find out who the winner of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour will be. The winner will be crowned on lane 18. Any playoffs that happen in the semi-final and the final will be on lane 18. This is the quarterfinal though, so if players are tied, they will be to lane 1 as usual. So Tommy Lanta here, if Tommy Lanta can get an ace, he will force Daniel Velc to need an ace for the win. Otherwise, it'll give Daniel Velc a bit of a buffer. Tommy Lanta on lane 18, an ace to force Daniel Velc to require an ace for the win. Tommy Lanta's in no man's land. So 2 strokes required for Daniel Velcek to advance to the semi-finals and face off against Yuri Rimpler. An ace puts it to bed nice and quick, but all he needs is the 2. It's Daniel Velcek on lane 18. He's up the hill. It's long.
Oh, it's long again. Not making it easy on himself.
No, no. Daniel Velcek, champion in his own right from Czech Adventure Golf Masters 2024. This shot to go into the semi-finals, and he
Dang.
does it. Daniel Velcek is your semi-finalist against Yuri Rimpler, and one thing we know for sure, there will be a player from the Czech Republic in the final. The semi-finals coming up shortly. It's going to be Cameron Cooper, the world #1, against Eric Harmison, and Yuri Rimpler versus the champion of the Czech Adventure Golf Masters 2024, Daniel Velcek. Do stick with us, and you will not want to miss it.
And Andrew, with that, I'm going to sign off today after a few hours. It's been a pleasure this morning. I'm going to go watch the rest of it, and good luck to our semifinal competitors.
Thank you very much for joining us, Pat. See you later. Okay, we have semi-final one now. This is Cameron Cooper versus Eric Harmison. Cameron Cooper, the world number one. Eric Harmison, the champion of the City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024. Eric Harmison off to an early lead with one stroke lead after acing the first lane. Cameron Cooper next on lane 2. Eric Harmison next on lane 2 with a one stroke lead. Eric Harmison par on lane 2.
Jackie, you're in it.
Time starts.
Eric Harmison now on lane 3. So with one stroke lead. Just gets up onto the plateau. Little bit of danger coming into play there from the bunker, but he manages to stay up on the plateau. Good two for Eric Harmison. Next up, Cameron Cooper. Would love an ace to make back his one stroke deficit. Nicely on the plateau there. Great shot from Cameron Cooper. World number one from New Zealand. Last player from New Zealand still alive in this tournament after Matt Ansley going home in the previous round, the quarterfinal.
Maybe good there. Maybe.
Cameron Cooper now on lane 4. Very close from Cameron Cooper. Next, Eric Harvison on lane 4. Currently with a one stroke lead. Good pace, a bit too close to the brick so for the ace. You can see the referee, Pasiejo, on the course, making sure that no players go over their 1 minute allotted stroke time, amongst other applications of the rules.
Yeah, sorry, it's like a really wide shot. Yeah, probably good.
Eric Harmison now on lane 5. Tricky lane, this one, more difficult than it looks. Deep uphill. Have to miss the first rock on the right. It's a little bit long, but it's out of the bunker. He's happy with that. So Eric Harmison will give one stroke back to Cameron Cooper. Cameron Cooper can get a 2 on this lane. He will tie. Still a lot of play though left in this semi-final. Of course, the winner will go through to the final and will have a chance of being crowned WMF World Adventure Golf Tour champion. Cameron Cooper, oh dear me, too soft. Again, much more difficult than it looks this lane because of the steep uphill and the danger of the bunker at the back. Cameron Cooper also drops the shot here. He'll remain one stroke behind Eric Harmison, lane 5, getting the best of both of our semi-finalists here. Cameron Cooper coming down the lane. On lane 6, good position. That should be able to find the dish here around the hole. Finding the dish nicely there. Cameron Cooper, a 2 on lane 6. Eric Harmison next. Gain a good lead for Eric. And a good 2 for Eric. So Eric Harmison leads by 1 stroke going into lane 7. We've seen a handful of aces over the course of this tournament on lane 7. Certainly not an easy lane to ace, but it is there. The worst thing to do, of course, is to leave your ball up the top of the hill and to not find the ravine that contains the hole.
like that way. Yeah, that's perfect.
Eric Harmison first. Lane 7. He's down the hill. Not quite enough. Good attempt. Cameron Cooper then would love an ace here to tie things up. Down the hill nicely. Pace looks a bit better. Close.
Here is fine. I'm gonna stand in the bush.
So the first big danger now of the course. Lane 8. Cameron Cooper to go first. Got to miss the first bunker, miss the second bunker. He's past the first bunker. He hits a rock. I don't think he can see the hole. Pasiejo will check. It looks like Pasiejo was nodding. So confirmation there from the referee that Cameron Cooper had line of sight to the hole. He gets 30 centimetres relief opposite the rock. Could be crucial this for Cameron Cooper. Doesn't want to give another shot away. Goes for the rebound, misses. It's a second, well, it's another dropped shot. Cameron Cooper on lane 8. If Eric Harmison can get this in 2, he will have a 2-stroke lead over the New Zealand player. It's from Eric Harmison there. Eric Harmison will move 3 strokes into the lead.
Any closer, you'll be visible. It's good.
Eric Harmison moves on after acing lane number 8. Eric Harmison looks firmly in the driver's seat. Eric Harmison with a 3-stroke lead over Cameron Cooper. Eric Harmison on lane 9 now. Just wanting, of course, to avoid the bunkers. Pretty much perfect there from Eric Harmison on lane 9. Cameron Cooper needs to stay focused. Can't afford to go wrong here on lane 9. So not playing the rebound shot, but rather Going past the rock, which he does. Wow. If he's under any pressure, he is not showing it. That was a perfect shot there from Cameron Cooper on the tricky lane 9.
I'll stay up
Now
and you go
onto
down.
the pipe hole, lane 10. It's a good chance here for Cameron Cooper to turn things around if he can find the pipe. No, not able to do it. You can see the exit of the pipe here. Cameron Cooper praying for some good luck. Doesn't have it, so it'll be a free for Cameron Cooper on lane 10, giving Eric a chance to extend his lead. You can see he's shaking his head coming down the steps. Eric Harmison now on lane 10. Chance here for Eric to pull even further into the lead. Eric finds the pipe, but not quite the ace. But Eric will have one more stroke now over Cameron Cooper. Eric Harmison's lead going into lane 11 will be 4.
Coming through.
So moving on to lane 11, Eric Harmison with a commanding 4-stroke lead.
Stand like that.
Eric Harmison now with a 4-stroke lead on lane 11. And Cameron Cooper now. Lane 11 would love an ace here to get one of those 4 strokes back. And he does it. That's a 3-stroke lead now for Eric Harmison. Still though, Cameron Cooper with a lot of work to do, but that ace will help. Eric Harmison's on 1 under, Cameron Cooper 2 over. Cameron Cooper now, let's see if he can use that positive momentum as Cameron Cooper on lane 12. Eric Harmison now on lane 12. Very close. So Eric Harmison and Cameron Cooper will move on to lane 13. The Eric Harmison with the 3-stroke lead. Eric Harmison now to go first on lane 13. He's in the bunker, but he stays in the lane. Cameron Cooper now, lane 13, currently trailing by 3 strokes. Also through the bunker, also stays on the lane. Not quite an ace though. And moving on to lane 14, Eric Harmison, champion of the City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024. There's 3-stroke lead over the world number 1 from New Zealand, Cameron Cooper. Time running out for Cameron Cooper to find those aces, but this is the chance now. Eric Harmison now. Lane 14 could extend his lead. Not quite. So 3-stroke lead. Eric Harmison on lane 15. Not much to go wrong here, although this is where Sevi Kukiaka lost his quarterfinal match with quite a terrible tee shot, it has to be said. But that is an ace for Eric Harmison to extend his lead, almost looking like an insurmountable lead now. The dangerous lane 16 is coming up. Sevi Kukiao can just watch and say, I wish I played that shot. Cameron Cooper, though, now on lane 15. And that could be curtains for Cameron Cooper. That is, you have to say, looking like that's it for Cameron Cooper. Moving on to lane 16, Eric Harmison will have a 5-stroke lead. Things can, of course, change in lane 16, but probably it's the final lane where there can be a big swing in the scores. Cameron Cooper desperately needs to avoid the bunker now. He just scrapes by the bunker, that will do. Eric Harmison now, really the last chance where his round could go wrong here. If he could just get through lane 16 safely, you think it'll be Eric Harmison from Sweden in the final, the champion of the City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024, and he's past the bunker. That sets him up for appearing in the final here. Nice 2 for Eric Harmison on lane 16. So they will move to lane 17 with Eric Harmison having a 5-stroke lead on a 2-under round. Cameron Cooper on 3 over. Eric Harmison now on lane 17. Grits his teeth a little bit. He's not happy with it, but I think that's enough to see him through. Cameron Cooper now. Yeah, shaking his head, looking a bit defeated. Cameron Cooper on lane 17. The New Zealand players, you've got to give it to them. They put in a strong performance both this year and last year in the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. They have shown that New Zealand is a force to be reckoned with in the world of adventure golf. You've got to think it's only a matter of time before one of them walks away with the championship. Doesn't look like it's going to be today. So potentially his final stroke of the tournament. Cameron Cooper on lane 18. Close. Not quite. He's met with a warm round of applause. All Eric Harmison has to do is not score the maximum of 7, and he is through to the final. Unless he completely loses his mind, he should be through to the final. And that should be it. Harson will go through to the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour, the final round. He will face a player from the Czech Republic. The question is, will it be you, Rimpler, or will it be Daniel Velc? We will be finding out very shortly. Do stick with us. Here we have Daniel Velc here on lane 3. Well, Daniel Velc not able to get up. But a good save there for Daniel Velc. He'll stick with 2 on lane 3. Next up, Yuri Rimpler. It's a battle of the people from the Czech Republic. The winner, of course, will go on in the final to face Eric Harson, Sweden. And Yuri Rimpler not able to get up the ramp either. Good too as well from Yuri Rimpler. So far, lane 1 has been decisive. Yuri Rimpler with the ace, Daniel Velc with the 3. So Yuri Rimpler has a 2-stroke lead. Both players there with a good save on lane 3. Yuri Rimpler now on lane 4. Good rebound. Too close to the bricks. Even though Yuri Rimpler has a 2-stroke lead, he won't be relaxing at the moment. He knows Daniel Velc is a champion. He's the champion, of course, of the Czech Adventure Golf Masters in 2024. Daniel won't have any plans to give up at the moment. A loose brick, maybe. A good 2 there for Daniel. Moving on to lane 5. Tricky lane, this one more difficult than it looks. Steep uphill. Bunker at the back. Good rebound. Perfectly judged there by Daniel Velc. Good 2 for Daniel Velc on lane 5. Yuri Rimpler now next to go up the hill. And a pretty perfect shot from Yuri Rimpler too. So just about 2 there for Yuri Rimpler. Yuri Rimpler will remain 2 strokes ahead of Daniel Velc as they move on to lane 6. So you Rimpler first to go down lane 6. Just tapping it down, right hand side of the lane. Let the ball work its way down the undulations and give yourself a line of sight to the dish around the hole. Good first shot there from you, Rimpler. Daniel Velcek also giving himself line of sight to the dish around the hole. Oh no! Oh, I've never seen that before. The dish failing to take the ball into the hole. Daniel Velcek now 3 strokes behind. So a cruel twist of fate here put Daniel Velcek 3 strokes now behind you, Rimpler, after the dish denied him entry to the hole. Lane 7 now. Rebound off the first rock. Pace looks good down the hill. Well, that's how you come back. Daniel Velcek with an ace on lane 7. Just 2 strokes behind now. Yuri Rimpler still with this lane to play. That's what makes a champion right there. Not shaken in his confidence, but Yuri Rimpler now on lane 7. Rebound, maybe a little slow. Yep, just a touch too slow. So Yuri Rimpler first to play the dangerous lane 8. First place on the course where there's significant danger. Have to miss both bunkers. 1 rock on the way towards the hole. Yuri Rimpler now on lane 8 with a 2-stroke lead. Missed the first bunker. Misses the second bunker. Oh, close. Close from Yuri Rimpler. Very, very good shot on a difficult and dangerous lane. Daniel Velcek now. He misses the first bunker. Oh, in and out of the second bunker. He's shaking his head, but he's still got a chance at a 2. So a 2 there, really a lucky escape from Daniel managing to get out through the bunker. If he stayed in the bunker, he would have had to go back to the tee. After 8 lanes, it's you, Rimpler, with a 2-stroke lead. Be Daniel Velcek first here on lane 9. Daniel Velc going for the rebound shot, trying to get the rebound off the bricks off the left, swerving round the rock. He hits the rock, and he's in the bunker. Back to the tee for Daniel Velc. It's the first time I've seen him miss that shot. Maybe just signs of a little bit of pressure starting to come through. Second attempt here. Hits a brick. This time he's got it perfect. But that will be a dropped shot for Daniel Velc on lane 9. So a chance here for Rimpler to extend his lead to 3. Rebound. Swinging around the rocks, that looks good. A little bit soft, but you should have that for 2. Moving on now to lane 10. So after 9 lanes, half the round played, Rimpler with the 3-stroke lead. He can find the pipe hole entrance here. Could potentially extend his lead even further. Rimpler now. Lane 10. Not quite. And hasn't found the hole either. So it'd be 1 drop stroke on lane 10, although certainly it's a common lane where you can drop a stroke. Does give Daniel a chance to get one of his 3 strokes back now if he's able to find a pipe hole entrance here. Which he does. Now, how's his luck? This will be at least 1 stroke back. So if he can get this, it will be just trading by 2 strokes now. Yep, so Rimpler will move on now to lane 11 with a 2-stroke lead. Still plenty of time for things to turn around. Rimpler must stay focused against his fellow countryman, Daniel Velc. Yuri Rimpler now, lane 12. Like he's going for the front door. Doesn't find it. Still a good shot though. Looks like he wants to win this. Winner of this match will go through to play Eric Harmison in the final. Daniel Velcek, an ace for him here, would reduce his stroke deficit to just a single stroke. And you're also going for the front door. Just scrapes past the cup. You can see the Kiwis relaxing there in the shade. Nice spot there, actually. I was there earlier. Daniel Velcek now. Lane 13. This is bunker. Very nice bounce there as well to set himself up for an easy 2. A little bit of danger here on this lane if you do end up in that bunker. Yuri Rimpler now will be looking to avoid danger at the bunker, keep on to his 2-stroke lead. Yuri Rimpler's in the bunker. Oh, it bounces back nicely. Almost an ace there. Very favourable run through the bunker there for you, Rimpler. So with 5 lanes left to go, it's Yuri Rimpler with the 2-stroke lead here. Yuri Rimpler now, lane 14, lining up. A little bit too soft there, was on a good line. Still, we should have this for 2. Daniel Velcek now, looking for an ace. Time starting to run out. Similar shot, really. Run out of steam towards the end. So lane 15 now, where we saw Sevi Kukielka lose his match earlier. Daniel Velcek now, lane 17. Favouring the left-hand shot, safer shot. And Yuri Rimpler now on lane 15. Still with a 2-stroke lead, an ace here to make it a 3-stroke lead. Gives himself a safe second putt. That's exactly what you want to do when you've got a two-stroke lead. So next up, the last real place of any danger on the course, lane 16. Crucial, of course, it will be for Daniel to avoid the bunker. Yuri currently with a two-stroke buffer. Yuri's in the bunker, but stays on the course. Bit of good luck there for Yuri Rimpler, although not the easiest of second putts here. He makes it. Now critical for Daniel Velcek to avoid the danger. Daniel Velcek trailing by 2 strokes now on lane 16. He's past the bunker. Great shot. Lane 17 and 18, 2 good ace opportunities. Daniel Velcek will be trying to take advantage of that. Daniel Velcek trading by 2 strokes on lane 17. Not quite enough. So a 2 here for you, Rimpler, to keep his 2-stroke lead. An ace will give him a 3-stroke buffer. Moving into the final lane. Too hard. Under this kind of pressure, that's a little bit of a test. He makes it. So 1 lane left to go in this final semi-final match. It's Yu Rimpler currently in control with a 2-stroke lead. Yu Rimpler to go first. On lane 18, if Yu Rimpler can make an ace here or a 2, it will be game over and Yu Rimpler will advance through to the final. An ace or a 2 for Yuri Rimpler from the Czech Republic to advance to the final to take on Eric Harson, be the champion of WMF World Adventure Golf Tour. This looks like it. That should be good enough. And he does it, so that will be it. Eric Harson will face off against Yuri Rimpler in the final. Sweden versus the Czech Republic. Daniel Velcek ends up training by 2 strokes. So with two twos on lane one, two aces on lane two, and two twos on lane three, it's currently all tied so far in the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final, the final round. Eric Harmerson, the champion of City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024 versus Yuri Rimpler from the Czech Republic. Yuri Rimpler now on lane four. Good shot there from Yuri. Now Eric Harmerson on lane four.
Okay, go to any. Okay.
Eric Harmerson also finding himself close to the bunker here, like he did in the semi-final. And just like in the semi-final for him, that's a miss there, dropping one stroke, opening the door slightly for Yuri Rimpler to take advantage. If Yuri Rimpler can find a two on this lane here, he will have a one-stroke advantage. But it's too soft. It is past the rock, but it is too soft. So a tricky second putt here required for Yuri Rimpler. Also drops a shot, just like in the semi-final, with both players failing the par lane 5. Trickier than it looks, this one. So Yuri Rimpler and Eric Harmerson will remain deadlocked, both of them acing lane 2, both of them dropping a stroke on lane 5. And now they're both on even par after 5 lanes here at the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour. Final round. You, Rimpler, first to come down lane 6. Just want to get yourself into a position where you can find a dish around the hole. Yep, just tap it down the right-hand side of the hill. Comes around nicely, giving him line of sight to the dish around the hole. Finds the hole nicely. You, Rimpler, with a 2 on lane 6. Over now to Eric Harson from Sweden, champion of the City Golf Tour in Haga in 2024. Eric Harson now attempting to find a dish around the hole, which he does. Both players on even par after 6 lanes. Nothing separating them so far. They've got an identical scorecard. Eric Harmison now on lane 7. Very technical shot, this one. Rebound off the first rock. Find the channel down the hill. That's a rebound. Oh, slips in the left side of the hole. It's an ace for Eric Harmison on lane 7. You, Rimpler now. An ace here to keep an identical scorecard between our 2 finalists. There's a rebound. Trickle down the hill, down the channel, down the hill. Just stopped a centimetre away from finding the left-hand side of the hole like his competitor, Eric Harmison. Very, very high standard of adventure golf being played now as our finalists make their way to lane 8.
Do it again.
You, Rimpler first on lane 8, now trailing by 1 shot after being unable to replicate Eric's ace on lane 7. First lane here with significant danger. Must miss the 2 rock bunkers. Missed the rock. He's past the first rock bunker. He's past the second. Rebound. Excellent shot there from the Czech, Yuri Rimpler. Eric Harson now a chance to extend his lead to 2. Eric's past the first bunker, past the rock, past the second bunker, just. And a good shot there by Eric. Both players avoiding the danger that lane 8 can bring. Now to lane 9. Eric Harmson first to play lane 9. Looks like he's setting himself up for the rebound shot, rebounding off the bricks on the left, curbing the ball on a path between the rock bunker and the rock. And that is pretty much as perfect as you can play that shot. Eric Harmson with a perfect shot there on lane 9. Stays 1 stroke in the lead. Yuri Rimpler still with this lane to play. We haven't seen any aces here all tournament now, so just a question of avoiding the bunker. And Yuri Rimpler is in the bunker on lane 9. Could be critical. Second attempt. Past the bunker, swings it round the rock. Much better, but he will drop a stroke halfway through the final round of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour final. Eric Harmison from Sweden has a 2-stroke lead.
Yeah.
You Rimpler now on lane 10. Narrowly misses the entrance to the pipe hole. Millimeters away from potentially getting a stroke back. It will be another dropped stroke for Yuri Rimpler here on lane 10. Eric Harmison now could extend his lead if he's able to find the entrance to this pipe hole. Tiniest of holes here, barely bigger than a golf ball. Just lips out Unless he gets extremely lucky, he'll continue having a 2-stroke lead. See what his luck's like. Yep, so both of our players almost certain to score 3 here on lane 10. So on to lane 11, it's you, Rimpler, trailing by 2 strokes from the City Golf Tour in Haga 2024 champion, Eric Harson. Eric to go first on lane 11. Line looks good, just a little soft. Yuri Rimpler now an ace here. Would reduce the deficit to 1. Just a bit too soft. He needs to attack. Yuri Rimpler now still 2 strokes behind, now on lane 12. Going for the front door. Very close. Eric Harson now. This to increase his lead to 3. Wow, he's left himself with a tricky second putt here. This is not easy at all. When you have the championship on the line, you can see Pasiejo would have started his 1-minute timer. Failure to play his shot within a minute will result in a 1-stroke penalty. But Eric makes it. Eric keeps his 2-stroke lead with 6 lanes to go. Eric Harson now starting lane 13. Little bit of danger here introduced by the bunker, although so many players have been flattening the rocks now today. It more resembles the concrete pavement, but let's see. Eric now on lane 13. Oh, actually did not make it through the bunker. He's still on the course though, which is good, but a very tricky second putt now. Up a hill towards the hole. He will send the ball from left to right. This to keep his two-stroke lead. No. With Yuri Rimpler still with lane 13 to play. Really, except for lane 5, his first significant error of the round. Yuri Rimpler could capitalise now. An ace from Yuri would bring things level. A 2 would reduce his deficit to 1. It's Yuri Rimpler now on lane 13. Yuri gets past the bunker. Good shot. He can get this. He'll be just one stroke behind. And he makes it. Yuri Rimpler is now just one stroke behind Eric Harmison with 5 lanes to go. Eric here on lane 15. One narrow, one stroke lead. Looks good. So close to the ace. That would have given him a nice buffer. Not to be though. Yuri Rimpler now has another chance to make things even. I'm gonna say the body language. He looks a little bit defeated, but he's only one stroke away, and he's got plenty of good chances remaining. Well, two good chances remaining, really. So the last place on the course with real significant danger now. Lane 16. Players will be looking to miss this bunker, and it's such a narrow channel between the bricks on the right and the bunker. Pinpoint accuracy required. Going first will be Yuri Rimpler, currently trailing by one stroke. We saw earlier on lane 9, he fell victim to the bunker. Has to escape it here. Yuri Rimpler from the Czech Republic, one stroke away, 3 lanes to play. He's in the bunker, but he's out of it. He's okay. He's got a chance for a 2. Lucky escape. And he makes it. Well, he'll be breathing a big sigh of relief, I think, after that lane. Pressure's on Eric now. Can Eric avoid the bunker and hold on to his 1-stroke lead? Eric misses the bunker safely. Again, though, not the easiest of second putts here. Just thinks it. I thought it was going to be a lip out for a second, but he makes it with 2 lanes to go. Eric Harmison is 1 stroke in the lead, just 2 lanes remaining of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour 24-25 season. Both of these lanes present ace opportunities for both of our players. This game is very much alive. Very close to the ace there for Eric. It gives Yuri a chance. He's attacked it, but not quite on the right line. Nice confident stroke though. 1 lane to decide the winner of the WMF World Adventure Golf Tour.
Excuse me, let me through. y'all sit today? Hey guys, I'm gonna have to try close.
Please remain on the